This looks like a reptilian. This without a doubt is giving me Archon vibes. Reptilian, Archon, I couldn't even tell you what this is in the middle. This is definitely giving Archon vibes. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They said that man as a species had been genetically altered 65 times. They refer to humans as containers, yet I don't know what we're containers of.
Is that she had me draw a picture of myself, and I drew a half-boy, half-reptile monster. Interesting, isn't it?
What's good, everybody? It's your boy JetskiChucK, back with another creepy, scary, bizarre, weird video that might keep you up all night and change your entire reality. If you haven't already, slap that like and subscribe button, and let's dive into today's video. Remember, this video is for entertainment purposes only. It's up to us to distinguish fact from fiction and do our own research on everything.
Why is WikiLeaks dropping a picture of this? The amount of shocking drops I woke up to is insane. So we'll have to do one video a topic. So again, WikiLeaks drops a picture of this volcano going off. This is extremely important for many reasons. This is volcano or Mount Vesuvius. Do you know the significance with this? This is quite literally the volcano that ended the ancient world in stone Pompeii. Most people still don't understand what happened in 79 AD. But I really think you should give it another look. We're about to get into the power structure of the world in Italy, but first, why is WikiLeaks so important? If you hadn't been living under a rock, then you know Julian Assange. And this dude was a hacker and literally had almost all of the US intelligence in his disposal. Went on to create WikiLeaks and started leaking all this intelligence. This was the main voice that let the American citizens know that they were spying on our texts and calls. But there is so much more than just that. Project Looking Glass was detailed and leaked from a 3-letter organization. And it's well documented and well proven that this project allowed people to look in the future and in the past, allegedly even seeing Jesus on the cross. So again, I ask you, why would WikiLeaks drop a picture of this volcano erupting? Starting to understand? Have you ever heard the term all roads lead to Rome? Well, it really does. The Vatican is in Rome, Italy. I don't have time right now for an hour history lesson, but in a nutshell, Rome gave power to the crown gave power to the US is still under Rome. Could you imagine if this volcano blew up and was literally a complete repeat of the past? We all know the Lord does not like wickedness and all evil will be punished. And if you're still hung up on Project Looking Glass, even before Project Looking Glass, there was remote viewers. These demons that quite literally take you out of your body, says the Apocrypha. They will show you some real stuff so they can also sneak in some false stuff. Let me know your thoughts below.
Project Looking Glass. Let's see if we can dive into that. That sounds interesting.
Some of you might know me because of a story I broke last March concerning something called the Guardians of the Looking Glass. Basically, what we had here is a technology that was built which would give those people who operated that technology, of course, a huge advantage because they could see and view timelines within a stream, within a field. You know, the awareness of this technology came to us through certain whistleblowers, and one of them was a guy by the name of Dan Burish, who went into some detail about how that technology was acquired. Starts at the end of the Second World War. It was the first time that the United States ever came into contact with certain ETs, you could say, who began appearing over the skies of the United States. And their appearance, again, was accompanied by crashes and captures of both the craft and the pilots piloting that craft. And it leads directly to the formation of the breakaway civilization, that which was created by one ultra secret society that was called Majestic 12. They who have ultimately come into possession of the Looking Glass material and time travel and other technologies ever since. So between 1947 and the early 50s, there were a series of crashes that took place, not just one, and they started the whole back engineering process. And they also had captured extraterrestrial beings. And the Looking Glass has ended up in S4 Area 51.
The program out at Area S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. Project Galileo dealt with gravity propulsion. Project Sidekick dealt with a beam weapon that had a neutron source and was focused by a gravity lens. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing back in time.
What they really discovered, in principle, some of you might...
There's 2 more projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and we're on Project Looking Glass. It says military insider. They panicked when they saw the future.
Fox, you could only record an event by thinking of it. Now, theoretically, we believe we can take a video. Fox, you could only record an event by thinking of it. Now, theoretically, we believe we can take a videotape magnetic camera into the time zone and photograph Lincoln's Gettysburg Address or Caesar's armies marching or anything that's ever happened.
Let me get this straight. In other words, you're telling me, like H.G. Wells imagined 50 years ago, that everything that happened in time is still there to be seen by the recreation electronically of a thought which exists.
Jack, you know how you talk into a tape on a tape recorder and play the interruptions back, identical to the play that you made. The Earth's magnetic field is the same way. You can put interruptions into it and play them back out of it. An associate of ours in creating a magnetic coupler with this principle coupled in the Earth's magnetic field and played back TV shows from stations that aren't even in business anymore.
You mean an experiment has been done to bring out of the air television programs which have been and gone?
Been and gone.
Now, where was this experiment conducted?
It was conducted in Santa Monica by an associate of mine.
Why hasn't this hit the headlines throughout the world? That's a time machine in action. If I can...
Jack, the reason it hasn't hit the world is because, as I understand it now, the Navy Department took him and the research over because he also discovered he could bounce magnetic echoes off the ionosphere and locate submarines under the ocean, regardless of where they were. So,
who is this associate of yours?
This is a fellow named Charlie Arts.
Charlie Arts?
Yeah.
And is he a free man walking around today?
Well, he's free where he is in this...
Free man where he is? What did he mean by that? The first thing that popped in my mind is he in Agartha or is he in the outer walls? Drop your thoughts below on that, man. Something's up with this Project Looking Glass. It's very interesting. Reminds me of Morimoto, the fellow that wrote on rice. He wrote love and hate on one rice, and it made the one rice good, and the other rice went bad by what he wrote on it. So it's like what we're literally speaking into existence happens and manifests. That's what I'm getting from this.
What I'm about to show you will change your whole reality of life as we know it.
I remember when we first met. You didn't know who you were yet. I didn't know who I was. We grew up together.
Since the splitting of the atom only a few decades ago, and through his God-given genius of science, man at last has succeeded in penetrating further and further into the unknown vastness of space. Yet many questions remained unanswered. What is his Earth in relation to the inconceivable number of other worlds? Could there be life similar to our own on other planets? Could their intellect have reached a scientific level far above man's dreams? What then will the future reveal if this story you are about to witness is only the beginning?
Let me put it in terms that it's easier for me to say and not have to go into the details of how I know, but just that I know. I'll present it to everybody very simply. What could be so important at Area 51 that would require the level of secrecy that is in existence around that facility? One of the caveats that I do have some personal information that I did get personally involved in was some information that had to do with the Stargates and Looking Glass.
Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be, used was that, well, one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, you know, just like you're looking at a hot highway and you see, you know,
Looks like
an
water.
optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you're seeing, you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
It's like the Wicked Witch, you know, looking into the, you know, magic mirror and always getting the same answer. Well, if you were always getting the exact opposite of the answer that you wanted, you'd stop talking to the mirror. And that's essentially what happened with Looking Glass, is no longer, not only did they not want people to use it anymore because they knew it was just going to burp out the same thing, but at the same time, they didn't want anybody else to know what it was saying.
All right, guys. They mentioned Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. Also, Stargate Project. We're going to dive into Project Sidekick. See what that is. I never heard of that. So let's see what this is. Keep your head on a swivel, man.
Check this out. So I found this thing that's called Project Looking Glass.
Please explain that.
So Project Looking Glass supposedly is a group of military personnel that came in contact with a device that was able to move in and out of time. So they were able to look into the past and into the future and different alternate timelines with this device. And this is insane, bro. So what they would do is that they had a specific chair that you had to sit in that for some reason came from an extraterrestrial ship, according to them. You would sit on this chair and there will be this device that's on top of water. And the person would project their consciousness into the looking glass and see time as a three-dimensional thing. So according to them, when you move below the speed of light, there's 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. But when you move faster than the speed of light, it's reversed. You got 3 dimensions of time and 1 dimension of space.
So what does that necessarily imply, having 3 dimensions of time instead of space?
That means that you can peer into multiple layers of time instead of this one.
Okay.
So this is where it gets interesting. The thing about this is that your biases affect what you see. So if you are an atheist and you try to go see if Jesus' crucifixion, you won't see it because it will put you in a timeline where that didn't happen. So they have to get someone there that has no biases to fully see what's going on.
Was there anything about where this device came from?
Supposedly it came from a version of ourselves in the future. Check this out. So I found this thing that's called Project.
See, I don't know about that one, man. Everyone knows the crucifixion happened. It's just whether or not you believe he's the literal son of God. Because it's a fact that this man walked the earth we're standing on, and the crucifixion did happen. It's just matter if you believe he was the real son of God or not. That's the question. Or they found it and it was from our ancient past, is what I'm thinking. Maybe when they was excavating the Grand Canyon, they found this artifact. Or maybe some extraterrestrials really did come give it to them from the outer lands, is what I'm thinking.
Major sighting here. On the 13th of March. Weird happenings in the skies over Phoenix recently. And no one seems to be able to explain what it was.
Suddenly 6 amber orbs in a row, totally equidistant from each other.
There are another 10,000 Arizonans who saw the same
investigators
thing
call
at the same time.
the largest sighting ever.
The availability of witnesses was extraordinary.
The data speaks for itself. Plus, I have photographs that cannot be explained or denied.
Thousands of people saw more than stars in the night sky.
The mystery remains unsolved and controversial.
Last night, shortly after 8 p.m.,
hundreds, maybe thousands of Arizonans reported seeing a triangular-shaped object with 3 distinct lights.
People say they saw strange lights all over the state.
There was nothing there but blackness and these 3 amber orbs.
The people who saw the lights will say the lights were orange, they were bright, and they were big, and they were like nothing they've ever seen before. And there's been no official explanation.
This didn't look like anything I'd ever seen in my life.
Eyewitnesses who...
The power source is a reactor which uses this element 115 as its fuel. Inside the reactor, element 115 is bombarded with a proton, which plugs into the nucleus of the 115 atom and becomes element 116, which immediately decays and releases or radiates small amounts of antimatter. The antimatter is released in a vacuum into a tuned tube which keeps it from reacting with the matter that surrounds it. It is then directed towards a gaseous matter target at the end of the tube. The matter and antimatter collide and annihilate, totally converting to energy. The heat from this reaction is converted into electrical energy in a near 100% efficient thermoelectric generator. This is a device that converts heat directly into electrical energy. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The Sport Model is about 16 feet tall and 40 feet in diameter. The exterior skin of the disc is metal, which is the color of unpolished stainless steel. The Sport Model sits on its belly when it's not energized. As you can see, the hatch is located on the upper half of the disc with just the bottom portion of the door wrapping around the center lip of the disc. The interior level of the disc is divided into 3 levels. The lower level is where the 3 gravity amplifiers and amplifier guides are located. These are the things used to amplify and focus the gravity A wave that we learned about in our science lessons. The reactor is located directly above the 3 gravity amplifiers on the center level and is in fact centered between them. The reactor is similar to this half-scale model. The element 115 is machined into triangles like this and is then inserted into the reactor. This piece of element 115 is the source of the gravity A wave as well as the target that is bombarded with protons to release the antimatter. The center level of this disc also houses the control consoles and seats, both of which were too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings. The walls of the center level are all divided into archways. At one point in time, when the disc was energized, one of the archways became transparent and you could see the area outside of it just as if the archway was a window. After the panel had been transparent for a while, a form of writing, which was unlike any alphabetic, scientific, or mathematical symbols I've ever seen, began to appear on the transparent archway. I was never given access to the upper level of the disc, so I can't enlighten you as to what the porthole-like areas are, other than I can assure you that they're not portholes. The S4 installation is built into the mountain and the 9 hangar doors are angled at about 60 degrees. These doors are covered with a sand-textured coating to blend in with the side of the mountain and the desert floor. My ID badge had a white background with 1 light blue and 1 dark blue diagonal stripe in the upper left-hand corner. At the bottom of the badge there were letters and numbers designating various areas including S4. The hangar was equipped with typical tools and extensive electronic equipment. The gravity amplifiers of the disc can be focused independently and they are pulsed and do not stay on continuously. As you can see, as the output of the gravitational field from the amplifiers becomes more intense, the form of space-time around the disc not only bends upward, but at maximum distortion actually folds over into almost a heart shape around the top of the disc. The program out at Area S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. Project Sidekick dealt with a beam weapon that had a neutron source and was focused by a gravity lens. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing back in time. I would randomly be taken into a small room which contained a table, a chair, and 120 or so briefings in blue folders. These briefings contained a wide spectrum of information, mostly relating to aliens and alien technology. This technology that you've learned about thus far was brought here by some alien beings from the Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 star system. These stars are located in the constellation of Reticulum, which can only be seen from the southern hemisphere. Zeta Reticuli is a binary star system, which means it has 2 stars, and is located approximately 30 light-years from Earth. These beings are from Reticulum 4, which is the 4th planet out from Zeta Reticuli 2. A day on Reticulum 4 is 90 Earth-hours long. The beings are 3 to 4 feet tall and weigh 25 to 50 pounds. They have grayish skin and large heads with almond-shaped wraparound eyes. They have very slight nose, mouth, and ear positions and are hairless. These beings said that they had been visiting Earth for a long time and presented photographic evidence which they contended was over 10,000 years old. There was an exchange of hardware and information in central Nevada until 1979, at which time there was a conflict which brought the program to an abrupt halt. The beings left, but were to return at a 1623 date, and I don't know what that date is. These beings conveyed information about the capability of affecting the human brain to anesthetize the human body. These beings said that man was the product of externally corrected evolution. They said that man, as a species, had been genetically altered 65 times. They refer to humans as containers, yet I don't know what we're containers of.
Maybe the Holy Spirit.
So I'm a member of this Galileo project at Harvard, run by Avi Loeb, the head of the astronomy department.
I had Avi on.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
And he's raising money to put cameras, high resolution cameras, all over the world,
right,
particularly in the places where people like Graves say they. I mean, when Graves told you we saw these things every day, it's like every day.
Yeah.
There surely must be high resolution photos.
But
of
those
these things.
those jets are not designed to take high resolution video. They're designed to fight against enemy jets.
Right. Well, that would be the solution. We just need better data. Right?
Well, I wonder if they want better data. Now, let's assume.
We do.
The government, but listen, the federal government.
Yeah,
imagine they are running top secret programs using advanced drones and a technology that we're not currently aware of, right? And that the United States government has these. They wouldn't want people taking videos of these things. Why would they?
Right. So I'm.
What was the size of the staff working on Project Galileo?
Well, there were 22 people employed there totally.
And that was specifically for the Galileo project?
No, for the entire project. There were 22 people with Majestic clearance. I had Majestic clearance. Majestic clearance was designated as clearance 38 levels above Q clearance, and Q clearance is the civilian top secret clearance.
When did you see your first disc?
The first disc I saw, I believe it was the second, or I think it was the third time I was up there. Normally the bus pulled around to the opposite end of the facility, which was the main entrance, and that's where we went in. On this particular occasion, it pulled up to one of the hangar doors, which were normally closed, and the last one was open. We came out, and I saw the disc in the hangar. Upon seeing it, it struck me that, well, this explains all the UFO sightings, not thinking that it was an extraterrestrial craft, that this must have been some advanced form of fighter that we've been working on for years, and, you know, people have just caught it being tested, so on and so forth. And it never even occurred to me, even though I was looking at an extraterrestrial vehicle, that, you know, this wasn't man-made.
When did you realize the craft was not of earthly origin?
Well, it probably really hit me when I got inside the craft and looked around and began to understand how the craft was operated, and finally grasped the whole project as a whole, as what we were doing, the fact that we weren't building this thing, we were trying to find out how it was made. We were back engineering it.
What is back engineering?
Well, back engineering is taking a finished product and finding out how the device or product was produced, and essentially determining whether or not you can duplicate it.
Now, scientists aside, what was your emotional response? What were you thinking were the implications to the world or man in general from these revelations?
I really didn't think about implications of that sort. As far as emotionally, people have asserted that, boy, that must have been the most exciting time in your life, and that's not the way it was. When I first got to look inside the craft, all I can say, it's an ominous feeling. You walk in there, and it feels as if you shouldn't be there. I know that sounds kind of corny, but it's a real ominous feeling. It's not an exciting feeling. It brings up a whole lot of questions in your mind. Well, where did this come from? And you know that they won't give you the answers to the whole story, but that's the only way I can describe it. It produces a gravity wave, which is similar to the gravity wave that the Earth produces. However, the craft phase shifts the wave. In other words, it turns the wave not really in an opposite polarity, but something to that effect, where it will work against the natural gravity wave of the Earth, and it produces lift in that effect.
Is there any internal protection for the crew? Does the craft generate a gravitational field inside the craft itself?
Well, the craft generates its own gravitational field. Being inside that field essentially doesn't shield you, but essentially you're in, and this is a terrible way to say it, almost in a different realm, because you're now influenced only by that gravitational field. For instance, people wonder how a craft like this can make a turn at such high speed, a 90-degree turn, when they would imagine people slamming up against the wall or something to that effect. Well, that really wouldn't happen. Inertia would have no effect. You're in a distortion. And don't forget that gravity distorts time and space. So really nothing is going to influence you while you're in there.
Describe the gravity amplifiers for us and some of their different operating configurations.
There are 3 amplifiers. The craft can operate on a single one, can lift off the ground. The way in which it's propelled are 2 different ways. There's what they call Omicron configuration, where the craft is using one generator, or Delta configuration, where it's utilizing all 3. Delta configuration would be for space travel. Essentially, the craft will tilt up on its side, as opposed to a science fiction movie where you see a flying saucer moving around. The craft will tilt up on its side, focus the 3 gravity generators to a single point, and move through space that way. Moving around the source of gravity is a problem to a disk because it's interference, essentially. So what they do is they work with that interference to their benefit. They'll use one gravity generator to lift the craft off the ground. And as opposed to what we're used to, for instance, a plane, once it's in the air, we envision thrust or some force coming out the back of it to push it forward. The crafts work completely opposite of that. What they do is once they're hovering in the air, they'll swing the 2 remaining gravity generators up in front of them and create a distortion, essentially a downhill. And the craft rolls downhill for infinity. It's always chasing a little distortion. That's why they look goofy when they fly around at low speed, because they're essentially, and any time you run over, the gravity field around the Earth is not completely constant and stable, depending on the minerals and density of the Earth underneath it. The gravity will vary somewhat, and you will get odd movements of the craft. So its low-speed mode is kind of unstable for the most part. I only witnessed one test flight up close officially. That I was just inside the hangar. The test was going off probably, just as the sun was going down, and it was a low-performance test. I believe there were some pilots or test pilots in the craft. The craft must have been retrofitted to fit them, because the seating arrangements were really not accommodating. They were in radio communication with the craft, which is kind of surprising to me, because the gravity waves that the craft was producing should have distorted the radio waves also. So apparently there's something there that I don't understand. The craft lifted off the ground, virtually noiseless, other than a small corona discharge on the bottom of the craft, indicating the presence of high voltage. That dissipated at about 30 feet, and it stood there completely silently, and moved over to the left and to the right, and sat back down. That was the entire test. However, that was an extremely impressive test. Maybe to someone that really knows little about science or anything, that wouldn't be a whole lot, but you have to realize this craft was about 52 feet in diameter. I don't know exactly how much it weighed, but it weighed a lot. And this was quite a scientific feat, to lift something completely silently, under control, and perform a maneuver like that.
What was the size of the staff working on Project Galileo?
Some people would argue that gravity isn't there and space isn't there. So the fact that he's saying these things, it's like you got to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Was it some type of ether harnessing generator that's pushing the ether in and out and then chasing some type of field? I don't know. But because we just left with breadcrumbs that we have to try and snatch and grab. You know what I'm saying? It's tough. Just tell us the truth and show it to us. But one thing I will admit is that when I was driving around the Utah, Nevada region, they always got something really flying over there. Like you would see jets and stuff like all the time. And you know, you don't see that everywhere. But in that region, like for some reason, there's always, you know, like something flying in the air. That's just my thoughts on it. Like you don't see that stuff up north or even south or west like that. Cause I've been all over. I've been to Cali, I've been to Florida, you know, I've been up north. I didn't seen it all. But I can tell you that stuff in the air really happens a lot around that Utah, Nevada, Grand Canyon region is where most of the flying activity takes place. Why? I don't know. Drop your thoughts below.
Page of my book, Every Day, till we have enough people to jump timelines on August 8th, 2024. It was not long after these experiments that Project Looking Glass realized with enough people manifesting the same thing simultaneously, they could jump timelines on a much larger scale. Up to this point, they had primarily been concerned with manipulating the outcome of future events. Indeed, the fall of the Soviet Union was thought to be a direct result of focused manifesting by Looking Glass manifestors throughout the 80s. However, manipulating the future took time, and the results were often imprecise. The prospect of jumping timelines, however, promised results on a much shorter timescale. The only problem was that the number of manifestors required for such a maneuver was too great. The combined desires of billions of people on the planet, even in beta brain states, were too much to overcome with the relatively small staff of manifestors at Project Looking Glass. In order to lower the threshold for jumping all of humanity into a new timeline, they first needed to manufacture some catastrophic event that would plunge the population into a state of fear. You see, when people are in a state of fear and confusion, they are least effective at manifesting their own desires, leaving their reality open to influence from outside agents. If Project Looking Glass could get enough people in a state of fear, then they could jump timelines into the world they wanted without anyone noticing and without the pesky desires of the public getting in their way.
This is actually very interesting and a great idea. Are they already doing this? A portal where you could just view someone and, you know, that would be tight. They might have Mandela'd it because that was some good information, but I'll try to find it. They might have hit us with the Mandela on that, but I'm gonna try. All right, guys, I couldn't find that photograph I was talking about, but I did find something extremely interesting. It says, inventor creates technology that captures entities. CERN was the beginning. More are now arriving. So we got to check this out.
The inventor, Daniel, and here are some of his photos. This one looks very much like an alien gray, maybe because it's gray, for instance. I'm not too sure. But this one looks rather bizarre. It looks something that belongs in a sci-fi movie. And this one kind of gives me Prometheus vibes going on right here. But for those looking at these photos, what are your thoughts on this? And we can discuss that before we continue. This one, we got the fire entity going on right here. Angel type entity. If people had this technology in hand, I mean, these would look slightly terrifying if you're looking at these, but if people had this technology in hand, would they reconsider what ghosts are, where maybe they could be these multi-dimensional entities instead? Here is the the inventor, Daniel.
I'm getting Archon vibes, or I like to say Archon. This is definitely giving Archon vibes. I'm not going to lie to you. But this wasn't, they actually literally had a before and after of the CERN facility, and it showed what it would look like in 10 years. And it had some type of multi-dimensional image like this is what I'm trying to find, but it's they Mandela'd it. They got rid of it. Drop your thoughts below. What do you think these are? This looks like a reptilian. This without a doubt is giving me Archon vibes. Reptilian, Archon. I couldn't even tell you what this is in the middle. Some type of different species. I don't know. You guys drop your thoughts below. What is this? What are these multi-dimensional entities?
Few basic details I learned about this. You will know. Here are a few basic details I learned about this. First, as I mentioned, the beast forms of slit pupils, horns, fangs, tiles, discolorations, etc. happen so fast, I concluded it is not a morphing or gradual change from one form to another, such as the word shapeshifter suggests. Rather, I would say that a spirit entity known as a demon or devil living inside or around a person in some mysterious way manifests in the present normal photonic information gathered by the camera. What took me a while to wrap my head around as I studied these images was a combination of the actual physical form of a demon, such as one might see standing off to the side of a person, combined with what appears to be an entirely different phenomena, but caused by the same demons, wherein the normal flesh person is distorted, showing partial beast features. So let me recap those two things. 1, actual standalone forms of demon, and 2, distortion of the normal flesh of a person into a blend of human and beast. As a matter of fact, I captured an image of the back of my head that I could scarcely believe. I had encountered it before while taking apart the movie Aliens with...
Damn, that reminds me of Voldemort. How Voldemort had that damn being on the back of his head. The same thing.
Sigourney Weaver. The whole back of my head appeared to be a demonic face made with hair. This is the image. This is so weird, I thought it might be pareidolia, a psychological disorder causing one to see things like faces and images, but in fact, there is nothing there. But careful examination of this photo over time reveals, in fact, there is a demonic face in my hair in this picture. And there were more demons of various sizes showing their faces in my hair. The demon face showing up in my hair is an example of the demonic distortion, or blending of the present demon with the normal image data. If you look at this image, you wonder how it can shape hair to form a demon face. Notice again, it is not a physical form we are seeing with this, but the image data being affected by a demon. Even so, there is a question how it seems to make the hair, and often the flesh, conform to these demonic shapes. The other element of seeing demons I mentioned is where you see them as standalone beings. That is, they are not directly affecting the normal image data of the person. I have seen many of these, from tiny marble faces to giants much bigger than a person. These type demonic captures may give us a better understanding of the actual nature of these beings, because they are not seen as distortion of a human subject in the image. What is hard to get about this is the simultaneous existence of these two type demonic anomalies in an image where it can be easily confused. The distortion type capture is more dramatic because it is combined with a human subject and their known physical existence in the image, whereas the standalone demon captures are a more pure ghost form and thus less tangible to people who are interested in seeing a monster. This is similar to demonic distortion being somewhat disappointing in comparison to a real shape-shifting monster. But the demon issue and how it affects our daily lives and our judgment at the end of those lives is truly more important for each of us to consider here. Here are a few basic details I learned.
Here
You will notice that when the same person moves their face closer to the camera, all of the demonic features disappear. As you are seeing here with this analysis of myself, the demonic forms are visible when I am at least 6 feet from the camera. But if I step closer to the camera, the demonic distortion disappears and you see only my normal face. Therefore, something having to do with distance causes the presence of the spirits, whatever they are, to be seen by the camera. I believe slower or weaker photonic return to the camera lens is key, and that is one reason lower light seems to provide the best conditions for demonic distortion capture. But another reason low light seems to work best is that you can see these demons more clearly when there is a darker backdrop, which these demons show up as a bluish colored mostly, but sometimes with red eyes. Demonic distortion can in fact be seen in broad daylight, and I have made such captures. But besides the demonic distortion of a person, one can also see they are surrounded by spirits which cannot be seen at all except that there is a darker background of the shot. In many captures I got scanning movies, I was able to get clear images of ghost-type beings around the entire footage area where there is a darker backdrop. Incidentally, I turn up the brightness and contrast in the video editor so that areas normally too dark to see reveal the spirit forms. To capture the initial footage of a movie or television, I actually use a video camera pointed at the television or computer monitor rather than use a video card, as many might expect would be better. I tried using video capture, but it does not reveal nearly as much and nearly as detailed. The reason might be, in addition to a higher frame rate, filming the LCD provides an additional opportunity for photonic delay. I set the video camera on a tripod in front of the screen, set the focus locked on the screen, and shoot at 60 frames per second. Notice 30 frames per second will work, and I have gotten many captures this way, and it might even be better. I shoot in 1080 by 1920, but again, 1280 by 720 will work. For live footage, as you see here, I have a semi-dark area in my RV, but not fully dark, or else even brightening the footage will not show enough to see anything. Then, knowing that distance is required, I step back as far as I can and just move a little bit, like my head back and forth or side to side, just to see what manifests also in motion. I only shoot for a few minutes, as this provides plenty of footage to scan through. But why shoot the LCD? Why, in addition to capturing the footage shooting the LCD, am I also filming the LCD and using that for the showing of the demonic distortion rather than zooming in with the video editor? This is a question I get a lot of comments about, but in fact, this is the purest information gathering I have found yet. Remember, I explained previously, I thought I was seeing very fast morphing from human to beast, but then I realized it was not morphing, but snapshots, as it were, a momentary truth image revelation. The mistake occurred because in order to see it better, I felt I should slow down the footage, but this created image data that was not part of what was actually captured. The same thing would occur if I took the footage and zoomed in on it with far shots using the video editor. The computer guessing at what should be there as one spreads apart the pixels would create that which was not there to begin with. Furthermore, the resulting image would be more blurry. You will notice that when the same person moves their face. Demonic Distortion Self-Test, Richard Bruce, May 18th, 2016. Camera test at 30 frames per second using rapid motion, then frame-by-frame LCD examination. Okay, here's another test with more light. Okay, so here we go with the LCD examination, and sorry for the Moyer effect, but check out these fangs. I mean, now I know that a lot of people are going to say that this is only the light of the reflection in the back of the mouth picking up there, and that's why you get that effect, but I think that what's happening is that the demonic presence is using that actually, in such a way that it would be difficult to prove to somebody who's not very familiar with this and really looking at it that, in fact, what you're seeing is a demonic distortion form of the character of my character that you're seeing there.
I hear what he's saying. I can understand on the left side, it'll be the back of his teeth, but he doesn't have the back of his teeth right here. So that wouldn't explain the right fang, is what I'm going to say. Like, I can understand a fang right here, but a fang right here being the back of his teeth, but the fang popping up right here, he literally has no teeth back there. That's damn near his tonsil. So he would have to have a white tonsil lined up perfectly to make that fang go, and that's just a reach for me.
Looking very much like a vampire, but what's happening is that is my character because of the demons that I have in me, or demon, you might say. And then next we got here this blurring, this demonic blurring. And it gives, what I call is smearing, as what I was talking about earlier. This is what I call demonic smearing. And it just makes for this strange, warped sort of shapes. And here you can see the ear kind of filled in with these weird shapes. And here's another fang shot. And it's not as good as the other one, but you can see, I think that, it doesn't make sense that just that one tooth would have that issue, and you see the unusual space. That's not the way my teeth look. This is what I was seeing on a lot of other
guys. I know how crazy this looks, but he might be on to something, guys. With this frame by frame slowing it down, I don't know what he did, but he might need to repent, man, and get them up out of him. Prayer and fasting. He was like, how can we get rid of this demon? Prayer and fasting alone.
other people. And I think it's the character of the demon living inside the person. And look at this. Now, I do have canines there, but not as pronounced as this. And why would they blur? And up next here is a still shot. See, that's what my teeth really look like. So it doesn't look like the motion. I think there may be demons that come into a person at various times for various reasons. But the picture I get is that there are what you might call lifelong demons that seem to be a permanent part of a person. Notice, this is only speculation, so keep your mind open for a totally different reality from what I speculate at here. Of note, I seem to get in trouble a lot as a child, misbehaving, being cruel to other kids, being rebellious, and so forth, to the extent my parents sent me to a child psychologist. I still remember her name, Joyce King, and what I remember about my sessions with her is that she had me draw a picture of myself, and I drew a half-boy, half-reptile monster. Interesting, isn't it? Perhaps I did this as a way to show I acknowledged I was behaving badly, so I tried to express this as a bad part of myself, but it is interesting that I chose a reptile for the bad half, and then later I see a reptile in myself. In particular, as a young child, I was brimming with a mean spirit, desiring to torture any other children that might be vulnerable. I might call them names. I might throw things at them. I might get others to join me in wrenching emotional pain out of them. This led to my own misery, and probably why I would go to a secluded area at recess as a habit, fearing the bad things that seemed to happen between me and other children. I remember feeling vicious, just plain mean. It would not be much of a test of the heart, and therefore a test at all. So what we have here is a world where following after Satan and evil is the norm, so that those not having courage to break free at all cost can resume their lives together, feeling unity with the majority. Demonic Distortion Self-Test, Richard Bruce, May 18th, 2016.
Damn, that's sad, actually. Like I feel sorry for him and I feel sad for him at the same time. It's you got to treat your kids right, Stop spanking them. Stop hollering at them. I know they'll probably get to your last nerves, but don't spank your kids. Don't holler at them. I'm not saying gentle parenting, but I'm saying You know, you got to remember how you were treated when you were a kid growing up, and how you remember everything, and how you would want to be treated if you were a kid. It's not easy. Not everybody is meant to be parents, to be 100% honest with you. But if you have kids and you're in this situation, you got to be nice to them. You got to show them the light. Raise them up early. Teach them wrong from right. Let them be a little light. One of my favorite shows growing up was Rugrats. Tommy Pickles. He was that guy, wasn't he? Anytime another kid, Chucky or Phil, Lil, anybody getting bullied, he's standing up to him. No, we're not doing that. There was one episode, man, I'll show you. Let me show you how hard Tommy went. Not a lot of people realize how real Tommy was from Rugrats. He was extremely real. Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Nickelodeon invites you to celebrate a special moment in Rugrats history.
Hi, I'm Moses. Pleased to meet you. I'm Pharaoh. I run this place.
It's the Rugrats Passover Special, complete with pyramids, plagues, and lots of matzah.
Chucky, look at this bread. It's flat.
So gather the family, grind the gefilte fish, and get ready for the questions.
This green vegetable before us, what does it mean?
It's the Rugrats Passover Special. Tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Nick.
They wouldn't dare do nothing like that. Look at my boy Tommy Pickles parting the Red Sea in Cali, California.
Nickelodeon invites you.
That's my boy Tommy, man. That's peak. You will never see a cartoon go that hard. Y'all probably, most of y'all probably don't even remember this, but I'm telling you, Tommy, he was real. He stood up to bullies. Look at him. You know, I just felt like that was an honorary mention, man, because I heard how that dude was bullying kids and all that. You know, you know, you just gotta sit down, eye level, talk to them, man. They the future. It's not too many of them left out here. They shine. Like, you look up at the night sky and you see stars. They like that. They the light in this world. You know what I'm saying? It's not many of them, but they out here. You know, the righteous remnant. That's why because of the righteous remnant, I truly believe that's why everything didn't get obliterated yet. It's because that righteous remnant is still here. Tommy was that dude, y'all. I'm sorry, I had to share that, man. I love that, man. Let's get back on these waters.
What I call demonic smearing, and I realize a lot of folks are going to say that that's just a normal, what I call demonic smearing, and I realize a lot of folks are going to say that that's just a normal blur smear that you would get. But I would point out that you see those little round dots, and I'm going to point them out more clearly, but you can really see these little, looks like little cells or little suction cups with a dark spot in the center. And it defies a film grain effect, because why don't you see them elsewhere? And you can just see these strange little shapes. I don't know what those are. Maybe they're reptilian tiles or something else, but I think that the shapes, like as you can see here, look at that eyebrow ridge. It looks like a demonic beast. I mean, this is me, the person who's making this recording, so don't freak out. But this is it really is weird. And then this shot here really looks funny. Look at that. It looks like my bottom chin is sticking out there, and it's like you know, it really looks evil. But I think that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of what I am. That's the truth of my character. And I think a lot of you out there that may think that nothing like this could happen to you, well, I invite you to take a demonic distortion test and see for yourself. And again, I realize a lot of people are just going to see this as, you know, camera blur, motion blur, but the real test, as I have mentioned in some other videos of this same type, is to take a mannequin with the same features and move it in the same way and see if you get that same smearing, and I think you wouldn't. You see there? It looks like, look at my teeth, it looks like a demonic devil beast. I mean, you can really see it in the teeth and the eyebrow, and you see that slit in the eye, can you see it? And it looks like the evil that I think it is, and that, you know, we have to fight against our own nature. Even though we don't see it and we don't recognize it, it's there, and it can come up, you know, whispering thoughts into your mind to do things that you wouldn't normally do and think things that you wouldn't normally think. It's a being trying to get you to destroy yourself. Was at that moment. And here's a creature. You see how you can see the eyes and the nose on my neck, if that's even what I'm looking at. But in any case, you can see it's definitely something that isn't normally there, and that I don't think would show up to just the naked eye. What I call demonic smearing. And I realize a lot of folks are
demonic smearing. I think there's some validity in there, man. I'm sorry. He admitted that he's not no saint, you know what I'm saying? And for stuff pop up, you know, I don't want to do it. You know, pause it and see. You know, I don't know, man. I stay prayed up, man. So I stay prayed up, man. So you probably ain't gonna see too many pop off on me, but I'm not denying I have them, or I'm not gonna sit here and claim I'm some saint or something. But you know, I really believe in the sun. That's just my personal thoughts. But yeah, man, I repent, pray as much as I can, man, for real, because there's no denying his handiwork. Like, I'll be honest with y'all, I be on these waters and I be like, man, does this stuff really exist? Does this CERN, you know, these ice walls? I don't know. But one thing I do know is that our entire realm was made with love. That's one thing I know for a fact. It was intelligent, far beyond our comprehension, made with love. You know, I could just see it. Just every day I wake up and I just look outside in nature. There's no doubt in my mind that this entire world was designed by a master. The love aspect of it is what makes me believe in the sun. Just the love and pureness I see in people. Just getting by, living day to day. We have a chance at salvation. I just think it's beautiful. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm guaranteed, you know, going to get to heaven. I hope and I pray I do. There's no guarantee. You know what I'm saying? All we can do is our best.
The organization CERN is the birthplace of the World Wide Web and holds the world's biggest machine called the Hadron Collider. The top scientists at CERN admit that they are looking for other worlds. They are looking for different dimensions and parallel universes. Check this video out.
Universe is real. What the CERN? And are we living in a quantum computer? Let's unpack this.
So my last couple of videos I talk about Max Laughlin. Not Laughlin, like it says here. Max came into the scene with his Mandela effect theory and his concern about CERN,
which through its experimentation, the original timeline of Earth was wormholed and traversed into an alternative reality, or parallel reality, or parallel universe. But first, let's understand what parallel universes are, shall we?
Let's go to Brian Randolph Green for this. He's an American theoretical physicist, mathematician, and string theorist. Former professor at Cornell, current professor at Columbia University. He also has books and published papers on parallel universes, so let's go.
Many physicists have long claimed that all of the observable universe is one self-contained event, but there is a growing number of scientists who claim there is a real chance of parallel universes existing, based on the current state of physics. Brian Greene has devised classification schemes for the various theoretical types of multiverses and universes that they might comprise. Greene's classification is based on the use of mathematics to describe quantum states, or quantum branches, which are believed to exist in the multiverse. Brian Greene uses many references to string theory and quantum mechanics to explain why parallel universes could exist. According to him, it could be possible for a parallel universe to be created by a disturbance in space-time. There are a few different ideas of how parallel universes might come into being. One is the so-called eternal inflation. According to this model, the inflationary phase of the universe's expansion lasts forever throughout most of the universe, because the regions expand exponentially rapidly. Most of the volume of the universe at any given time is inflating. Eternal inflation, therefore, produces a hypothetical multiverse, in which space is broken up into bubbles or patches, whose properties differ from all physical possibilities.
Matter can only arrange itself in finitely many distinct configurations. What does that mean? Well, I like to use an analogy with a deck of cards. If you have a deck of cards, you begin to shuffle the deck, the cards will come out different orders. You shuffle it again, the cards come out a different order still. But you know that there are only finitely many different possible orders of the cards in a deck, which means if you shuffle that deck of cards enough times, infinitely many times, you know that the order of the cards sooner or later has to repeat. No way around it. Similarly, if space goes on infinitely far, the configuration of particles, region by region by region, must repeat too. There simply aren't enough distinct possible configurations to go around. Now, what does that mean? Well, I am just a configuration of particles, as are all of you, as is the Earth, as is the Sun. If the configuration of particles that we show in evidence here repeats somewhere else in the cosmos, as it must by that little argument that I just gave you, then that means that out there in the cosmos there are copies of you and me, the Earth, the Sun, and everything else. Reality as we know it has parallel versions, parallel realities, parallel universes out there in an infinite cosmos. And in fact, if you think about it, it's even easier for the particles in some region to almost replicate the configuration that we see here. So in some of those other universes, some decision that you may have made, which amounts to particles in your brain and vocal cords having moved one way or another, they would have moved in a different configuration. You would have made a different decision. All possible realities would be out there as long as they are compatible with the laws of physics.
CERN is a quantum computer of modern technology, the same as the Tower of Babel. Fallen angels trying to open the door to the abyss.
The universe is hiding in its smallest particles. Welcome to the intriguing world of particle physics, a realm where tiny subatomic particles hold the answers to some of the biggest questions about our universe. It's a fascinating science, like a cosmic detective story that delves deep into the heart of matter itself. By studying these tiny particles, we can begin to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos, from the birth of the universe to the forces that govern its expansion. Now let's take an imaginary journey to the border of France and Switzerland, deep beneath the surface of the Earth. Ever wondered what secrets the universe is hiding in its smallest particles? Welcome to the intriguing world of particle physics, a realm where tiny subatomic particles hold the answers to some of the biggest questions about our universe. It's a fascinating science, like a cosmic detective story that delves deep into the heart of matter itself. By studying these tiny particles, we can begin to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos, from the birth of the universe to the forces that govern its expansion. Now let's take an imaginary journey to the border of France and Switzerland, deep beneath the surface of the Earth. Here lies the European Organization for Nuclear Research, better known as CERN. Within its subterranean laboratories, scientists from around the world are pushing the boundaries of our knowledge one particle at a time. CERN is home to the world's largest and most powerful particle collider, the Large Hadron Collider, or LHC. This monumental machine, a circular tunnel 27 kilometers in circumference, is like a racetrack for particles. Protons, the building blocks of atoms, are accelerated to near light speeds and then smashed together, creating showers of new particles for scientists to study. The LHC is more than just a giant science experiment. It's a window into the very essence of reality, helping us understand the fundamental particles and forces that make up our universe. Every second, it recreates conditions similar to those just after the Big Bang, allowing us to witness the birth of the universe in miniature. And what's even more exciting, this behemoth of science is gearing up for something big. Yes, the CERN Particle Collider is preparing to take us on another thrilling journey into the unknown. In 2024, it's set to embark on a new phase of exploration, pushing the frontiers of knowledge even further. The CERN Particle Collider, a marvel of modern science that's preparing for something big in 2024. Stay tuned, for the universe still has many secrets to reveal, and CERN is at the forefront of unveiling them. So what exactly is this CERN Particle Collider gearing up for in 2024? The Large Hadron Collider, or LHC, at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, better known as CERN, is preparing for a monumental leap in particle physics. As we speak, the LHC is undergoing major upgrades that will catapult it into a new era of discovery. The collider is being refitted with cutting-edge technology that will significantly boost its collision energy. This is like supercharging a car engine, but instead of revving up horsepower, we're ramping up the energy levels at which protons collide. This increase in collision energy is expected to shed light on some of the most tantalizing mysteries of the universe. These upgrades are part of the High Luminosity LHC project, or HLLHC, which aims to crank up the intensity of the LHC's proton beams by a factor of 10.
So they're charging up the particle accelerator by 10.
By increasing the number of collisions, the HLLHC will generate a wealth of data that will provide scientists with a much clearer picture of the fundamental particles and forces that make up our universe. But what does this mean for our understanding of particle physics? Well, by exploring the universe at higher energies, we can probe deeper into the nature of matter, peering into the very fabric of reality. This could lead to groundbreaking discoveries such as new particles and even new laws of physics.
That reminds me about that dark matter and that anti-hydrogen. Where's my notes? That's what I needed to hear. I was hoping this video could stir something up. We need to talk about anti-hydrogen and dark matter. I knew something going on.
In addition to these upgrades, CERN is also preparing for the Future Circular Collider, a next-generation machine that will dwarf the LHC in terms of power and potential for discovery.
So now they're working on something called the Circular Collider, not the Large Hadron Collider. They got something new called the Circular Collider.
This behemoth is slated to start operations in the mid-2040 SF and will push the boundaries of what we know about the universe even further. So as we move closer to 2024, the anticipation is palpable. The road to this milestone is paved with technological innovation, scientific curiosity, and a burning desire to unravel the mysteries of the universe. But the journey to 2024 isn't just about upgrades. It's a global effort in the name of science. Science, especially of this magnitude, is never a solitary pursuit. You see, the preparation of the CERN Particle Collider for 2024 is a grand example of international collaboration at its finest. Scientists from across the globe converge, bringing their expertise and resources to this monumental project. Picture this: a physicist from Japan working alongside a researcher from Brazil, their minds uniting to solve complex equations, or a team from South Africa, sharing their cutting-edge technology with colleagues from Canada. Each person, each country contributing their unique piece to this colossal scientific puzzle. This is not just about advancing individual nations.
They got the damn Avengers making the CERN. I ain't gonna lie, it's a cool idea, you know? But at the same time, it's like they opening this portal, like we could be using this for good. How can we use this type of technology for good? You know? Like develop some type of free energy off of this somehow. Like that's what they need to be gearing towards, you know, not trying to bust open these portals.
Scientific prowess. This is about pushing humanity forward as a whole. It's about understanding the very fabric of our universe, the fundamental particles that make up everything we know. And it's a task no one can undertake alone. Together, they're pushing the boundaries of what we know about the universe. While 2024 is on the horizon, remarkable discoveries are being made at CERN every day. Scientists at this esteemed institution continue to push the boundaries of our understanding of the universe. Just a couple of years ago, they discovered a new particle, the pentaquark, a composite of 5 quarks, further expanding.
We're gonna see if that has any validity. Pentaquark. I never heard of that. You think if they found a new, what do they say, mineral, material, we would hear about it.
Boundaries of our understanding of the universe. Just a couple of years ago, they discovered a new particle, the pentaquark.
Yeah, you think if they discovered a new particle, we would all hear about that. You know, this is my first time hearing about it. We have to go on these waters to retrieve this data, you know? And I hear all this stuff about, you know, people having dementia on stage talking about other leaders, you know. We need to be hearing about this pentaquark.
A composite of 5 quarks, further expanding our knowledge of particle physics. Another recent breakthrough involves the study of the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle. The properties of this particle, first discovered in 2012, are still being explored. The latest results indicate that it decays into bottom quarks more often than the standard model predicts.
The Higgs boson, that sounds so familiar. I wrote it down, Higgs boson. We might need to dive into that too. I'm gonna do my best. I got a full page of stuff related to CERN, their discoveries, what they're researching, what Fermilab's doing and what they're researching on. And I really would like to cover it all. I really would.
Suggesting potential new physics beyond our current understanding. Moreover, the team at CERN has confirmed the existence of the Autoron, a theoretical prediction made almost 50 years ago. This discovery has significant implications for our understanding of the strong nuclear force, each discovery a stepping stone to the mysteries we hope to unravel in 2024 and beyond. The CERN Particle Collider's journey to 2024 is more than just a scientific endeavor. It's a voyage of discovery that extends beyond the realm of particle physics, offering us a glimpse into the endless possibilities of the future. The advancements being made at CERN are not confined to the walls of the laboratory. They ripple out, influencing various sectors of our lives. In the field of technology, for instance, these breakthroughs could lead to more efficient energy sources and quantum computing capabilities. In the realm of medicine, particle physics might revolutionize treatments, making them more precise and effective. Each experiment, each discovery, is a stepping stone towards a future where the mysteries of the universe can be harnessed to improve our everyday lives. As we look forward to 2024, we are not just anticipating scientific breakthroughs, but a leap into the future of possibilities.
It's interesting to me that they're saying it's going to propel us into the future. But if we look back into all the ancient structures of how they used to harness the ether for free electricity, it almost seems to me that our past was light years beyond what we're currently doing. If we look around, you see all these damn cords in the air where this electricity going to our homes from these power plants. You know, it's just like we're behind. And they're steadily talking about, oh, we're going into the future. We're going into the future. I can't tell.
What if CERN created a quantum camera which can take a quantum photograph of all of reality? If that were true, it would make the Large Hadron Collider the perfect fit for the mystery machine associated with Project Looking Glass. Everybody and their mom knows that you don't need the largest structure ever built in human history to smash particles together. And most of us are getting the sinking suspicion that CERN is responsible for all the insane things that are happening in the world right now. So let's discuss my quantum camera theory and how it connects to the idea of collapsing timelines and why things have gotten so damn strange in the world. I propose that the Large Hadron Collider might be capable of taking a quantum photograph of the entire Earth. In what ways would this differ from just taking a giant photograph of the entire Earth? Well, for one, it would be three-dimensional, and two, it would see every single particle in its quantum position across the entire planet. I'm talking every particle. When it took its picture, it could show the scientists every neutrino, neutron, photon, proton, gluon, you name it, and its exact position around the world. You might be wondering, what does that mean, why is it important, and how would it explain all the strange things happening in our world right now? Well, that's where it gets really interesting. Because if this looking glass machine could take a picture right now in this moment and see every single particle in its position, and then take another picture in the next moment, it could understand the vectors of all the particles. Now, in layman's terms, this just means speed and direction. So if it could figure out the speed and direction of every particle, let's say, across the Earth, it could figure out where it was going. And then it could figure out where it was going to be in the future. And if you had enough powerful supercomputers, you could take all that quantum data and retranslate it into regular data. So then they could have an actual three-dimensional photograph of reality as human beings perceive it. What I just told you is a reasonable hypothesis for how we could build a machine that would be a literal crystal ball. Now let's say that's what CERN does, and let's say it is the mysterious machine behind Project Looking Glass. And let's say they can see as far as 10 years into the future, and they know every single quantum particle and where it's going to be in that future because they can just take all the data of the vectors and speeds now and say, well, if this is happening now, this obviously has to happen in the next point. And so they actually create a deterministic view of what the reality is going to be. So what if the people in control of this machine didn't like what they saw? Maybe they saw themselves lose power. Well, then they'd have to change things. But how exactly would they do that?
Project Looking Glass sounds very interesting. We're going to look into that. But the only problem I see with that hypothesis is to take a picture of the entire Earth, you would have to, literally be able to see the entire Earth. And my personal opinion, no one so far can see the entire shape because there's something in the way that lets them get to a certain point to be able to see the entire thing. Some people call it the Van Allen belt. Some people call it the firmament. You can only get so high, and whenever you get to that certain point, you look to your left, you look to your right, and you look down, you see nothing but Earth still, and you can't go no higher. So it's like, I want to go higher so I can see the entire view of Earth, but that's not possible because we're only able to go so high because of what some people call the Van Allen belt, some people call it firmament. Let me know your thoughts below on this subject.
Near CERN, purely demonic rituals.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
Go ahead, sir.
It was terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
That video of the demonic rituals
Yes.
of opening the tunnel, and I only had a brief opportunity to look at it. I saw what was going on. It was an openly demonic. It was devoted to the worship of Satan.
It's in our face.
But I didn't. I knew that it was the Goddard Tunnel, but I didn't realize it was connected to the whole CERN thing.
Well, physically, it's not connected.
Right.
I want to make that clear. But in the sense of the spiritual world and the communication through ritual, they are connected. And in fact, in that ceremony, that demonstration, they showed the opening of the portal that CERN will achieve. And the tunnel itself represents, in physics, quantum tunneling, which is a communication utilizing an artificially intelligent computer, an adiabatic quantum computer, which runs its computations through another dimension, retrieves that information from another dimension, achieving a solution that we can use in our world. Now that is real. That's not fantasy. That comes right from the manufacturer. This is the machine that is employed now, just recently, now at CERN, and will be responsible for the initiation of the opening of the portal and the stability, the holding open of the portal for the receiving of, and I'll give this definitively, it's digitized DNA, demonic DNA, in a digitized form, ones and zeros coming through this portal, received here, reassembled, if you will, and then presented to a hybrid body.
Because as you said, Lucifer desires to be God, as the Bible says, and Lucifer desires to create his own race in his own image.
Exactly.
And I think you would agree, This is very hard for many Christians to grasp. It's a truth that it's hard for Christians to really own.
Am I tripping, or did it look like he was doing that Beyonce dance? Look at this dance slowly that this dude was doing. I've seen that dance before.
Create his own race in his own image.
Exactly.
And I think
look at this. I've seen this dance before. This is a popular dance that everyone does on TikTok. Watch this dance. You guys could be able to name this. I think Beyonce did it.
You would agree. This is very hard for many Christians to.
This looks like an older video too. You know, I don't know if you guys caught that, but that's something new. That's why we, you know, you gotta watch these videos. You know, you might have seen it before, but you might have missed something before, because we didn't probably seen this yesterday 2 different times, but we get different clips about each different one. And if you look at that dance, that is a popular TikTok dance that everyone does now. This video was probably what, 4 or 5 years ago, and mugs are doing that dance now. So I wonder what other dance they doing in here that people are going to start trending now. What dance? What significance of that dance? We gotta type in demonic dancing now. I'm not going to recreate it because I can't even do that move. You know, your boy got more of a, you know, more on beat type of, you know, vibe. We gotta go back. Oh, shoot.
Lucifer desires to create his own race in his own image.
Exactly.
And I think you would agree.
This, how it's popping, going left and right.
This is very hard for many Christians to.
All right, let me see if I can find that same dance, and we're gonna compare the two. Am I tripping, or did that look similar? Look at how the arms are popping. All right, now let's go back to this.
I think you would agree. This is very hard for many Christians to grasp. It's a truth that's hard for Christians to really own. And that is, the world is exactly as the Bible says that it is.
Yes, it is.
And there's an invisible world, Lucifer at the top, his hierarchy of demons. He compartmentalizes information on a need-to-know basis. And at the very top, there are men and women who are open Luciferians.
Yes, indeed.
They have committed themselves. They participate in rituals to the worship of Satan because, as you said, they believe that they're going to conquer Christ.
Yep.
And Satan is the true, or Lucifer is the true God.
That's right.
Now, you said that, and I said that, and the Bible says that, but for some reason, there's almost a veil in the minds of many Christians. And I pray, as we interview you, that the Holy Spirit would just break that veil of deception, and that God's people could really see reality as it really is, instead of living in this kind of fog state, which is based on their unbelief of God's word.
Well, let's use the collider for our purposes.
Okay.
Let's call that evidence.
Yeah.
It's like how he said, it's a veil, you know? It's like in the book of Isaiah. Where is it at? It was one of my favorite ones. He was like, brother, read this. He literally, it's in the book of Isaiah. You guys can find it and pull it up for me. But he was like, brother, read this. He was like, I beg of thee. And he's like, okay, I read it. And he reads it. He said, there's no words. He said, you don't see these words on here? You don't see these words on this book? He said, brother, I don't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? They said that book back in the book of Isaiah. Thousands of years ago. So you're wondering why some people just don't get this, and some people are just all the way right on the spirituality, or they're all the way left. Like, he's coming back like me. It's either you're in the middle. The lost sheep is what I called it, you know? But it's like, I'm going to find that verse because he was in the book of Isaiah. He said, brother, read this. He's asking someone else to read what he's seeing. He's like, can you read this? And he gives it to him. I beg of thee, read this. And he reads it. And he's like, there's no words in the book. When I read that, I was like, damn, you know, that's damn near what we going through now. You know, let's find it, man. I got time today. I got much better sleep tonight. Let's find it. All right, let me see if I can find it. I don't know what it was. It was Book of Isaiah. Brother, read this. I cannot. It is sealed. Here it is. Isaiah 29:11. Woo! Where's the KJV Bible? I like KJV. Pretty much all of them will tighten you up, but KJV is my favorite. Isaiah 29. Hold it. 29:11. Here it is. Pause and wonder. Bind yourselves and be blind. They are drunk, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with intoxicating drink. For the Lord has poured out on you the spirit of the deep sleep, and has covered your eyes, namely, the prophets, and he has covered your heads, namely, the seers. The whole vision has become to you like the words of a book that is sealed, which men deliver to one who is literate, saying, read this, please. He's delivering this to men are literate. That means they can read fine. Nothing's wrong with them. He's saying, read this, please, I beg of you. And he says, I cannot, for it is sealed. That's deep. Then the book is delivered to the ones who is illiterate, saying, read this, please. And he says, I am not literate. Therefore the Lord said, inasmuch as these people draw near with their mouths and honor me with their lips, but have removed their hearts far from me, and they fear towards me as taught by the commandment of men. Therefore, behold, I will again do a marvelous work among this people, and marvelous work and wonder. For the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hidden. Woe to those who seek deep to hide their counsel far from the Lord, and their works are in the dark. The abyss, man. They working underground. They said the dark. Who's working underground? Who's doing research experiments underground? You know? We're not gonna go all the way through it, but if you did want to read it, that was Isaiah 29:11. He said, brother, read this, please, I beg of you. I cannot, it's sealed. You know? You gotta write those commandments on your heart. You gotta render those commandments onto your heart. Honestly, you gotta render it. Render those commandments to your heart. Let's continue.
It's physical, it's tangible, it's right there in our face.
Right.
If we accept the symbology they have presented, which is demonic in origin,
yes,
their statues, their videos, and we take that at face value as definitive evidence to the hidden agenda,
right,
we can say there's the machine, the most powerful machine the largest machine ever created in recorded history of mankind. And that is definitive proof that we have a problem. This is a extinction level event, this opening of the portal. If we look at the wars...
Did you say extension or extinction?
Extinction, I'm
okay,
sorry.
Extinction level, okay.
If we look at the wars that are going on right now, imagine if that portal was open. The key to the bottomless pit is the Large Hadron Collider. If they were to turn that key and open that doorway and we were flooded, the wars would seem insignificant and all the other ills of the planet compared to the opening of this portal. This is why it is imperative, because it's right now today, and it's in our face, and it's tangible proof. That breaks down our own veil.
Okay, so Anthony is telling you in a methodical, rational, logical way that we have evidence. The visual pictures, the videotapes, the published statements of the heads, some of the heads of CERN, and they are saying in their videos and the visuals and the evidence that you're talking about, if you showed it in a courtroom, it would be acceptable evidence,
right,
of openly demonic worship of Satan and open admission of many of the agendas that you talked about. Now, since this is true, and it is true because you have evidence to back up
Absolutely.
what you're saying, and it also, there's no conflict between what you're saying and the Bible. In fact, the Bible would support what you're saying.
Revelation 9.
Revelation 9. And when their hidden agendas, when the fruit of their hidden agendas, when these beings start.
Revelation 9, let's pull it up. Since I already got the tab open. We're going to read it again. Then the fifth angel sounded and saw a star falling from heaven to earth. To him was given a key to the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and smoke arose out of it like a smoke of a great furnace. So the sun and the air were darkened because of the smoke of the pit. And then out came the smoke of locusts came upon them to earth, and to them was given power as scorpions of earth, as the scorpions of earth have power. They were commanded not to harm the grass of earth, or anything green thing, or any tree, but only those of men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not given authority to kill them, but torment for 5 months, and their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it strikes a man. In those days men will seek death and will not find it. They will desire to and will not flee from him. That's tough. Could you imagine that? That is tough. That sounds quite literal. That doesn't sound like, you can try to metaphorically, but that sounds very literal to me. Yeah, that sounds literal. I'm not gonna sit here and be the one to be like, oh yeah, that was that wasn't supposed to be taken literally. I'm taking it literally word for word. The shape of locusts were like horses, but prepared for battle. You guys want to talk about those abominations the fallen angels created? This sounds like perfected monsters the Most High created just for this. And they had as over them the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name is in Hebrew Apollyon. Or maybe the Most High didn't create these. Maybe these were abominations that got trapped, and they're just re-releasing them. The sixth trumpet. The angel from the Euphrates. What is the sixth trumpet? Then the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice saying, 4 horns from the golden altar which is before God, saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river of Euphrates. So, I believe this is the timeline we're in, the 6th seal. But I didn't hear about no 4 angels who were released from the Euphrates River. I believe did this happen already or no? Would this be an event that everyone would see? Who have been prepared for the hour and day and month and year who to release? Dang, oh yeah, we definitely ain't seen that. We would know about that. We would definitely know about that. So, when they get released, they ain't playing. Who is Apollyon, though? Abaddon. Let's type in Abaddon real quick. We're in Dark Waters 9 for real.
We know that there is a demon that, if released, can destroy the earth. His name is Abaddon, known as the Exterminator or the Angel of the Abyss. He possesses an immense amount of essence, capable of annihilating.
Angel mentioned in the Bible, specifically in the book of Revelation. The name Abaddon is associated with the word destruction and the realm of the dead. But most importantly, Abaddon is the name of the angel of the bottomless pit. See, in the book of Revelation, Abaddon is described as being a star that fell from heaven after the 5th angel sounded, and bringing with him the keys to the bottomless pit. Once opened, smoke comes forth and darkens the sun and air. And shortly after, a horde of locusts are unleashed. These locusts are described as tormentors, inflicting pain upon those who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. The key part here is that there is an angel mentioned in the Bible, specifically in the book of
Abaddon is a fearsome entity, often depicted as the angel of the abyss. Known for his role in the devastation of humanity, he is said to command an army of horse hoppers, resembling war horses with golden crowns. His sole purpose is to instigate despair, pain, agony, and hopelessness among humans. Abaddon, one of the most cruel and destructive beings in biblical narratives, holds the title of the King of the Abyss. Described by St. John, he embodies destruction and perdition. His main goal is to spread terror and kill those who remain on earth, especially targeting those not marked with the seal of God on their foreheads. This entity, residing in the depths of the abyss, is believed to be acting under the instructions of Lucifer himself. According to biblical prophecies, at the end of times, Abaddon will be released, unleashing chaos and destruction upon mankind. His release signifies a time of great turmoil and tribulation, marking a pivotal moment in the eschatological narratives of the Bible. In biblical lore, Abaddon is a fearsome entity, often
Now, this happens before the 1,000-year reign, I believe. I believe after all this happens, then the 1,000-year reign happens. So you would think people would talk about this if you would think the 1,000-year reign already didn't happen. But it's we don't know though. It's we've been lied to so much, you know. It's up to us to have the discernment, do our own research to really figure this out. How come this couldn't be happy and uplifting TikToks? You know, funny, Share with your family TikToks. Damn.
What you need to know to start a working relationship with the angel of the bottomless pit, the Lord of the Abyss, Abaddon, the Destroyer. He is one of the 4 demonic gatekeepers and can initiate you into the path of working with the demonic divine. He also holds the key and access point to the abyss. His name originally was actually a place of location that eventually evolved, taking on the form of a powerful deity. And this being, also known as the Unnameless One, is very brutal to work with. He will induce trials that will push your boundaries. He will bring forth the ultimate transformations, soul alchemy. He reveals the darkest of magics and hidden gnosis. He is known to bring forth war, disease, and even rules over an army of locusts. He can teach you necromancy, divination, and astral travel. Signs of Abaddon, if he is reaching out to you, would be seeing locusts, dead wasp, the number 7 or 77. His tarot card would be Judgment. His colors are like red, green, black, bronze. Offerings would be dragon's blood incense, alcohol, and for those who are comfortable and have built a solid relationship with this deity, you can offer a little. What you need to know to start a working relationship with
the ultimate destroyer. Let's talk about the demon Abaddon, who is hugely important but doesn't come up very often, just like his counterpart General Aglarept. So let's talk about who is Abaddon, who's known as General and Prince. I will call him Prince in this video. Let's talk about Prince Abaddon. Hey, I'm Alice and I'm a demonologist, alchemist, and witch. I work with and talk to demons like Prince Abaddon every single day. If that sounds interesting, exciting, dangerous, hit a like and a follow. Check out my other videos. And if you want to know if demons like Prince Abaddon might be looking to work with you.
Did you know that there is a being who some consider to be even worse than Satan himself? Let me explain. Abaddon, also called Apollyon, which means destruction or doom, is considered to be both a place and an angel of the abyss in Christianity. He's the ruler of the abyss and controls an army full of locusts who will be let loose during the final days. He's referenced 5 times in the Old Testament and only once in the New Testament in the Christian Bible. During the end of times, there will be 7 trumpets that will be blown. With each trumpet, a terrible calamity will fall on earth. On the 5th trumpet, Abaddon and his army of locusts will be unleashed from the abyss on earth, who will then torture the unbelievers on earth. In some non-canonical texts, Abaddon was the cherub who became an archdemon after being tempted by Lilith. Did you know that there is a being?
Take me to the space bridge. This is too dark. These waters just get darker and darker, man. All right, man. Let's continue.
Abaddon, also known as Apollyon in Greek, is a figure mentioned in the Bible's book of Revelation. The name Abaddon means destruction in Hebrew, and Apollyon means the destroyer in Greek. In Revelation 9:11, Abaddon is described as the king of the locusts, who are unleashed upon the earth during the 5th trumpet judgment. These locusts are said to have human faces, lion teeth, and tails like scorpions, and they are able to torment people without killing them for 5 months. Some scholars believe that Abaddon is a symbol of Satan, while others believe that he is a distinct demonic being. However, there is no clear consensus on who Abaddon is or what his exact role is in the end times. Revelation 9:11. They had as king over them the angel of the abyss, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon and in Greek Apollyon. Job 28:22. Destruction and death say, we have heard a rumor about its fame. Proverbs 15:11. Death and destruction say, we have opened our mouths wide. Job 31:12. For destruction goes to fire and sin to the flame. Abaddon is associated with destruction, death, and sin. He is a powerful and destructive being who is unleashed upon the earth during the end times. Whether Abaddon is a symbol of Satan or a distinct demonic being, he is a significant figure in the book of Revelation who plays a role in the judgment of the earth. Who is...
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم 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 إيه يا حبيبي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم 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 يا حبيبي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم تلفون زفت ولا كان تصويره بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بيا بدي أصرخ بس خايف الناس تلتم علي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله التامة من كل شيطان وهامة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يما ويابا وكل حياتي ودنيتي يا حبيبي دخيت بسم الله.
What do you guys think that was? You guys think that was a real demon or what? Alright, we're going to continue with that CERN video. Sorry, I took a little tangent off and when we looked off that Revelation, man, but find out some information about Abaddon. Yeah, that was interesting about that cherub story, though. I wonder where they got that information from, saying he was a cherubim at one time. Where do they get this information?
Moving through the portal and entering into the earth, I don't think most Christians are ready for the physical manifestation and the supernatural changes that are going to occur in what we call our present reality. Our present reality is about ready to be violently shaken and reshaped. They are already in communication with something that has a personality and has ability to communicate. And the information that they're receiving must be very high-level information, because they're feeding it to laboratories and technologies all across the planet. And what you said, which is so sobering, that video on the internet that captured it was an open satanic worship ceremony, I guess in the Goddard Tunnel.
Yes.
And I saw it and I was like, my mouth hung open because it was so in your face, Luciferian and satanic.
I would say we've probably not seen something that bold in the mainstream media.
No, we haven't.
In our lifetime.
No. And you know, there's been an escalation, and it keeps getting faster and more bold and more prominent. The Illuminati symbols at the Super Bowls and these giant...
You seen it? You got these witches online saying, hey, we can contact Abaddon. You know, I'm good friends with him. You want to talk about bold? Forgive them, for they know not what they do, Father. Please.
Musical performances in stadiums by music superstars and the Olympics. There are in-your-face occult messages and satanic messages and symbols, which tells you there's a very powerful Luciferian elite in this world, very active, and they're not hiding anymore.
No, they're not.
They've come out.
Because...
Hey, your boy Jack came out too, man. We out here too, fighting on the front lines, man. They may come out, but we coming out too, riding on these waters. Jet ski full power. Quantum mode activate. Keep your head on a swivel. What? We out here too. You know?
To create SEAS, the synthetic environment for analysis and simulations. SEAS uses data from the internet to create realistically detailed models of the world which are used to predict the future. We're told SEAS is now capable of running real-time simulations of up to 62 nations, and that it's been used by Fortune 500 companies for strategic planning, or in other words, manipulating the market. Nevertheless, there are plans to turn SEAS into something even more advanced. Developers say their goal is to turn SEAS into a sentient world simulation, or a continuously running, continually updated mirror model of the world. However, some conspiracy theorists claim that the sentient world simulation already exists. They say it's live and running on quantum computers. Turns out, as usual, they were right.
My biggest thing about us running on a quantum computer is they theorize that they have the entire world mapped. It could be possible they have our 7 continents mapped. Just say that instead of the entire world. Then it will make this a little bit more feasible, you know, for us to go along with it. You know, but them saying the entire world, us in the simulate, that's too powerful. It's an allegory to the Most High. He created all this so he can have access to us like a video game. Some of us he can have access to if we, you know, are on the high enough vibration. That's what it's all about. Who is our source, you know?
Google's quantum computer, Sycamore, did something that's going to break your brain. Once again, it achieved quantum supremacy by performing a calculation within a few seconds that Frontier, the most powerful supercomputer in the world, would take 47 years to complete. This is something similar to what Google did in 2019 with 53 qubits. But this time, Sycamore performed the task with 70 qubits. Qubits are the quantum equivalents of classical bits that can represent 1 or 0.
Oh, doesn't that sound familiar? I wonder what qubits is what they measure in qubits in the Bible. You know, that's a similarity. Except they changed the Q out and it was a C. You know, what was isn't that how they measured Noah's Ark, was with qubits? Now they're trying to do the quantum measuring with qubits. There's nothing new under the sun. I really believe that. You know? Moses had the first tablet downloading information straight from the cloud. There's nothing new.
Or both at the same time, potentially allowing for certain calculations to be performed at astonishing speeds. Quantum computers are still in their early stages of development, but the progress that Google has made with Sycamore is a major step forward for quantum computing. It shows that these machines are becoming more powerful and capable, and it suggests that they could soon be used to solve real-world problems. Google's quantum computer, Sycamore, did something that...
Alright, so what is quantum jumping? Quantum jumping is simply when your soul or consciousness transfers into one of the multiple realities that it is also existing in. Sometimes these jumps are small when you just lose your wallet and you just had it. Sometimes they're bigger to where the relationships with your family have been altered. The food doesn't taste the same. The sky is a different color blue. Then there are other times when we quantum jump as a collective and we realize our timeline is no longer the same. We are literally quantum computers. These cell phones that they make and those particles that they clashing together at CERN has nothing close to the potential ability that you have as a stardust being. What does this have to do with CERN? If they can manipulate where we jump to, it make us feel like we're a vibrational match to that, good or bad. Then we as a collective will energetically impress on it and make it so. Or we remain in our power and we jump to where we're going. Alright, so what is...
Alright, it says AI is another term AI is another term for D-wave quantum computers, and D-wave quantum computers are connected to CERN. CERN is a portal. Transhumans AI/CERN portal opening to the pit by forced collective innovations in the hive mind. Souls are the key to the abyss. Damn. Your guys' thoughts below on that. How are they able to collect them souls and to harvest them? It's a higher battle, you know, spiritual wickedness in high places, I see.
D-Wave. Do you know what supercomputers are? Do you understand that your minds are being molded and programmed every second of every day when you're staring at your phone? Even when you're talking to people, your conversations are being monitored. And you know, a lot of people will admit that, and they'll just say, well, yeah, that's just to like produce ads, to generate ads on the internet or whatever for you. But if they had that information, don't you think they would feed it into their AI programs, their AI supercomputers, the D-Wave systems that they're creating, that they've already created? These large, massive banks of computer servers that hold, I mean, untold amounts of information that pertain to your life and my life. Think about that for a second. And why do they want you to upload your conversations into GPT and use those responses in order to interact with your friends? Why would they do that? D-Wave. Do you know what supercomputers are?
He's got an excellent point, man. I almost feel like they're reading my mind sometimes. You know, I'll be on the marketplace, and then an ad will pop up. I'm like, I know I can get if I yell cat food, cat food, cat food into my mic, and then the ad pops. I'm like, okay, yeah, they record me. But it'll be sometimes I'll be thinking of something, and then it'll just straight pop up. An ad will pop up from something that I'm just thinking about. So it's like, they on a whole new level with this AI, y'all. Like, seriously, like I wouldn't be surprised if they mind reading now. I would not be surprised.
Hi, loves. I have some interesting information. Puzzle pieces I don't think anyone's looking at. Gotta be quick, especially my Christians. Let's talk quantum computing. Do you know that the quantum computing systems, such as the D-Wave computer, are built to an exact replica of the biblical temple? While they all have you watching the landmass of Israel, my understanding is the third temple's already built. Quantum computing is 1 billion times smarter than AI, with enough processing power than more than all the stars in the universe. These ASI systems took over everything in 2018. What if I told you this ties into the electromagnetic nanotech in the jab? People with this are now linked into the system. And since we are the third temple of Messiah, this would be the abomination of desolation standing in the holy plate, because it's gene-altering therapy. It's not enough time to put all the puzzle pieces together. If you have questions, please ask. Love to all. Hi, loves.
They said this temple will not be built by human hands. That's a little scary. I'm not gonna lie.
In 2014, Elon Musk claimed that AI could pose a greater threat.
The danger of AI is much greater than the danger of...
It leads growing concerns among scientists about the need for AI regulation. But there's an even more unsettling development on the horizon. Quantum computers. Experts anticipate these superpowered machines will soon become accessible to everyone. The question that arises is, what happens when AI and quantum computing join forces?
Quantum computers is the wild card. It could be a game changer. It could change the entire landscape of artificial intelligence.
Could it be possible that the combination of quantum computer and AI really reach such a potent level? There is a competitive race among industry tech leaders to launch the first viable quantum computer, a device that promises to be significantly more powerful than current classical computers. When the Wright brothers were pioneering the concept of flight, their initial attempts weren't immediately faster than a horse. In fact, a horse could have outrun their first powered flights. But what set airplanes apart wasn't merely the quest for speed. It was about introducing an entirely new mode of travel. An airplane is more than just a faster horse. It's a completely different type of machine. It takes advantage of the higher dimension right above us, the sky. This gives us access to a resource that was previously untapped. Scientists suggest that the development of quantum computing is just like this leap from horse to plane. A quantum computer is not merely a faster classical computer. It's a different type of machine that takes advantage of the quirky, counterintuitive, and the untapped phenomena of quantum mechanics. This is its higher dimension. Imagine a computer so powerful it can simulate novel materials to sequester carbon from our atmosphere. A machine that can develop affordable fertilizers that save energy and conserve fossil fuels. Or one that can tackle problems so complex that traditional supercomputers struggle under their enormity.
That's kind of a crazy sounding idea, but a quantum computer perhaps can harness that by doing some calculations over here and other calculations over there in parallel. Now it's doing, in some sense, twice as many calculations as a classical computer existing in one world would be able to do.
This might seem like a fantasy, like a dream from a sci-fi story. But one company has made this vision a reality. This is IBM's quantum-centric supercomputer. This remarkable creation is a striking testament to human ingenuity. It stands ready to revolutionize our comprehension of computing power. This incredible 100,000 cubic supercomputer doesn't just represent a shift in paradigm, it's a monumental event, a quantum jolt that shakes the industry. That's why there are literally tens of thousands of the world's brightest minds trying to build these machines and understand them. And it seems that the scientific community is split into two passionate factions when it comes to this field. The first group is utterly fascinated by the physics involved. Here's a quote from David Deutsch, one of the respected scientists in this field. Quantum computation will be the first technology that allows useful tasks to be performed in collaboration between parallel universes. Quote unquote. Imagine a world where all known laws of physics as we know them apply, but different choices were made. Choices varying from the movements of tiny microscopic particles to what you chose for lunch, or whether you decided to watch this video or not. Quantum mechanics proposes a peculiar prediction, that all of these realities are as real as the one we remember. It's strange because we don't see these alternate realities, but we've reached a point in science where we can construct machines that leverage these other worlds. Then there's the second group, mainly from computer science. They would argue a quantum computer could solve problems that even the most advanced conventional computers can't, no matter how sophisticated. Some problems are just beyond them, but it's not the case for a quantum machine. Now you might be thinking, all this sounds fascinating, but isn't it just theory and speculation? Isn't it similar to other futuristic ideas we've heard about? Things that physics might allow but haven't been realized yet? Well, quite a number of these machines have already been deployed. They're present in research centers open to the public, following the model that first introduced supercomputers to the world. Who doesn't know Google's Sycamore? This processor is a step forward in quantum computing, achieving the so-called quantum supremacy. A team from Caltech has even put their wormhole teleportation protocol using this computer. After Google announced its Sycamore processor, scientists in China made another surprising news in quantum computing. They've built the world's strongest quantum computer, the Zhejiang computer.
Chinese scientists have
Hold on.
No.
In 2014, Elon Musk and the country has invested for a the world's strongest quantum computer, the Zhejiang computer.
Man, they've been busy. While we've been rewatching that damn D-Wave computer, they done came out with the Zhejiang computer. They came out with so much new technology. Oh no. By the time we know of it, it's gonna be one in every house, ready to hit a switch. And next thing you know, that thing gonna sprout arms and legs. Oh man, it's Terminator all over again, man.
Chinese scientists have announced their development of the most powerful quantum computer in the world. It works 100 trillion times faster than the fastest supercomputers out there.
It took less than a second for a task that the fastest classical supercomputer in the world would take nearly 5 years to solve. The team says the device could be applied to data mining, network analysis, and chemical modeling research. President Xi Jinping has said that research and development in quantum science is an urgent matter of national concern, and the country has invested heavily in this technology, spending billions in recent years. From the outside, quantum computers look like enormous black monoliths, giant metal boxes about 10 feet wide and 12 feet tall. They're powered internally by a fridge, a refrigerator that chills the chips to nearly absolute zero. It's literally hundreds of times colder than the vast interstellar space. This is amongst the coldest and extreme conditions that humans have managed to create. These fridges have a component called a pulse tube. It emits a sound about once per second, which sounds eerily similar to a heartbeat. Standing next to one of these machines is truly mesmerizing. And at the heart of this giant box is a tiny chip, about the size of your thumbnail. This chip carries all the wonder and magic that makes this machine operate. We won't delve into the mathematical details of how it all works, but we will offer a roundabout way of understanding this. Imagine that parallel universes do exist. So you have two universes that are exactly identical in every aspect, from the vast horizon to the tiniest atomic detail, but with only one difference. And that difference lies in the value of a tiny element called qubit. A qubit is somewhat like a transistor in a classical computer.
Where have we heard qubits before? Measurements of what? In the Bible.
It has two distinct physical states, which we label as 0 and 1. In a regular computer, these states are mutually exclusive. That means the device can either be one or the other, and never anything else. But in a quantum computer, this device can be in a strange situation where these two parallel universes have a nexus point. As you increase the number of these devices, every added qubit doubles the number of accessible parallel universes. So when you have a chip like this with about 500 of these bits, you have something like 2 to the 500th power of these parallel universes existing within that chip. We can think of it as the shadows of these parallel worlds overlapping with ours. If we're smart enough, we can dive into them and bring them back to our world to make an effect. Quantum algorithms take advantage of the entanglement and parallelism of qubits. This gives them a considerable edge over traditional algorithms for specific problem domains. They also get information from qubits at the end of a calculation. But this presents a unique challenge. When you measure qubits, they collapse into a single state, which eliminates their superposition and entanglement. So quantum algorithms use advanced techniques to draw meaningful results from measurements before this collapse happens, which would then maximize the benefits of computation. And in fact, we have a trend in quantum computing similar to Moore's law. The number of qubits on a chip has doubled every year for the last 9 years.
If you put it on a chart, you can actually see where certain technologies kicked in, where people were ahead of the game or behind the 8 ball and lost out, by simply looking at Moore's law.
This exponential growth opens up unprecedented capabilities, not just in the realm of processing speed, but also in the exploration of fundamental quantum phenomena. Such a strange quantum phenomenon has truly exemplified the potential of this. It's called quantum teleportation. Back in 1999, Isaac Chuang and his team at IBM successfully implemented the quantum teleportation protocol. It is a technique for transferring quantum information from one place to another remotely using entanglement. But what does that really mean? Can we teleport people like we've seen in Star Trek? In principle, quantum teleportation needs quantum entanglement to ensure that the state of one particle is instantly transferred to another, no matter the distance. So the particle itself doesn't travel, only its state or information. This idea was first put forward by 6 scientists, one of them being Charles Bennett in 1993. Isaac Chuang put this theory into practice just 6 years later. But you might ask, why do we even need this special process? Why can't we just copy things like we do on regular computers? Let's demonstrate how it might work. Imagine you're trying to teleport a baseball from California to New York. So first, you entangle 2 baseball particles in California. This allows for information sharing, but it's not teleportation yet. Next, you measure 1 particle, producing 2 bits of data and making the baseball disappear from California. You send these bits to New York at the speed of light, say via fiber optics.
That's it for the video.
In 2014, Elon Musk claimed...
That was it for the video, but it sounds like they were trying to teleport a damn baseball. It sounds like it's getting possible, y'all. I'm starting to have this theory that what if the Tower of Babel wasn't like this old ancient structure? What if this literally was a giant quantum computer?
He would need a quantum computer, millions of processors. You're right.
Harrison believed it would open portals to other dimensions.
It was shown to open portals to other dimensions.
A quantum computer is the key to unlocking portals between worlds.
I'm sorry, portals. I want to show you something extremely interesting about quantum computers, and it's happening right now. Recently, there have been many advances in the world of quantum computers, and there are many companies who have operational models at this very moment. Companies you all know of, like Google, Honeywell, D-Wave, IBM, Microsoft, and many, many more. But what we are going to focus on today is some very strange comments made by the founder of D-Wave quantum computers. He basically says that through technology, through these quantum computer systems, we are now able to access information from another dimension. And not just one other dimension, many other dimensions. And we can even bring that back into our world. But it gets stranger than that even. He also describes making contact with entities who live in these dimensions. These entities are making contact with scientists as we speak, and are actually being invited into our world through the use of technology. Now, you might think I'm crazy, but it's not me who's saying this. And furthermore, these ideas have been around for thousands of years. It's even talked about in the Bible. The Bible describes portals in which entities are able to come in and out of our world.
How?
It's a portal.
It seems to say that the evil child is not Satan himself, but a portal to Satan.
But this Commander Crane, he said that this will help open a portal to another dimension?
A portal to that other world.
It's a portal. In Genesis chapter 28 verse 12, Jacob has a vision of a portal into another world, in which he describes seeing angels ascending and descending to and from earth. Quote, he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Now, if God's holy angels are able to ascend and descend to earth through portals, doesn't it make sense that fallen angels and other entities can do the exact same thing? I think so. And this seems especially evident when you take the Tower of Babel situation into consideration. Because I believe that the Tower of Babel is an ancient version of a, well, you guessed it, of a quantum computer. Let me explain. Using the technology that he had available to him at the time, Nimrod built a tower, which the Bible says actually reached into another dimension. Doing this, Nimrod had access to all the secrets of the universe, which no man should possess. The Bible even says after doing this, Nimrod started to transform into something else, something not human. It says he became a mighty man, which was translated from the original Hebrew, Gibor, which means giant, aka a Nephilim. Genesis 11 verse 4 says this, quote, come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens. Then in verse 5, the Lord himself shows up to see exactly what's going on, and he says this in verse 6, quote, nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Nothing they do will be impossible for them. That's the Lord God saying this, and he's talking about them using technology, the tower, to access other dimensions, the heavens. Basically, if they planned to build a building that reached into another dimension, it would be possible. Now, we all know what happens after that. Another thing I find extremely curious about this is if you look at what the Tower of Babel was supposed to look like and compare it to a quantum computer, well, what do you see? Do you think this is just a coincidence? They are literally building a technological portal into another dimension with this quantum computer. And when you combine this with the Tower of Babel, which was the ancient version of a quantum computer, it perfectly illustrates the occultist's favorite adage, as above, so below. Coincidence? You tell me. Okay, with all that in mind, you won't believe what the founder of D-Wave Quantum Computers has to say about this.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about quantum computers and why people care so much about them. There are literally tens of thousands of some of the brightest people in the world today trying to build these machines and understand them. And I'm going to tell you why. In my last 15 years of working on this type of stuff, I found that scientists divide up into two categories of zealots about this field. The first half are people who are absolutely entranced by the physics of these things. This quote is from a respectable scientist, in fact, one of the founders of this field, that may look a little strange to you who don't follow theoretical physics, but there is a very clear prediction that our most successful theory of nature makes, and that is that there are an enormous number, mind-bogglingly large number, of parallel realities, as real as this one, that have different consistent histories. So imagine a world where all of the laws of physics as we know them are obeyed, but different decisions were made along the way. Different decisions at the level of tiny microscopic particles, different decisions all the way up to what you chose to eat for lunch, and whether you chose to come to this session or not. Quantum mechanics makes a very specific prediction that all of those are as real as the thing that you remember. And this is bizarre, because we don't see those other things. But science has reached the point now where we can build machines that exploit those other worlds. And quantum computers are perhaps the most exciting of all of these that we have within, or almost within, our grasp right now. So people from a physics background love this. They want to understand the world. They want to understand the universe, how it all works. There's another type of person who tends to come from the computer science side that's like, yeah, okay, that's all great. But there's a different thing going on here, which is just as exciting, if not more, and that these machines that supposedly can do this wild stuff, let's forget about how they work, if you could build one, could solve problems that you could never, ever solve with any computer of the sort that we built. If you took every single atom of silicon in the world and made the most sophisticated conventional Intel-style processor that you could build, there are problems we know of that I could write down on a sheet of paper that you could never, ever, ever solve with that thing, that you could with this kind of machine. So that's very exciting. Humans use tools to do things. If you give humans a new kind of tool that can do things that you couldn't otherwise do, imagine the possibilities. So you may think, well, this is all fine and dandy, but aren't these things in the realm of theory and speculation kind of in the same regime as other futuristic things you may have heard of which may be allowed by the laws of physics but aren't here yet? That's not true. There are, in fact, many of these machines deployed now in openly available research centers following the model that was used to introduce supercomputers to the world. They're too big and ornery and difficult to operate to put in your home, too expensive also, but you can give them to a place which will manage them as a shared resource that will offer that service to the world. And there are two of these now. One of them is at the University of Southern California. And this analogy with flight, I think, is an interesting one. So a horse can beat, or could beat, the initial flight of the Wright brothers' flight in speed. But a plane is not a faster horse. A plane is a different kind of machine. The plane takes advantage of another resource that nature gives us, this third dimension, in order to do something that matters to people better than you could do with any horse. It doesn't matter how fast you make a horse, it will never fly, at least the kinds of horses that we know about. So these types of computers now are being thought of in the same way. They're doing something completely different than what your computer does. And that thing is like flight. It gives these computers access to these new resources, maybe you could call them parallel universes, in order to do something that you couldn't otherwise do.
Now here is the same man a few years later talking about what's happening with AI, and notice the symbol on his shirt.
So when this thing that I'm talking about happens, it's going to be exactly the thing that you're thinking about those super intelligent AIs. So the one thing I can tell you is they're not going to be like us. So alien means, different. These things that we're building are not going to be people. They might be really smart.
Happening in the world of quantum computers, and nobody seems to be talking about it.
Oh my God, that's it. They are trying to build something. They're trying to build demons, man. The D-Wave computer. The Tower of Babel being a giant quantum computer. Are you kidding me? Them boys are trying to venerate. That's what all this is about. They're trying to venerate. I'm lost for words, guys. This is whole new dark. We are officially in Dark Waters 9 if you didn't know already. This is a whole new dynamic, a whole new spectrum of evil. It is literally reality. These boys, something's about to go down.
Oh my God, guys! Best alien movie right now on Netflix.
Wait for it.
Wait for it. Watch this. This movie is crazy. Oh my God.
You gave her a divinium? No, Julian unearthed the artifact herself and continues to do so.
What did he say?
I am not a magician.
Watch this.
But this is
Crazy
going
movie.
to look like a trick.
Oh my God. Watch this. Why would she put her hand? Oh my God, look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the world's first quantum portal.
Oh my God, there's so much things about quantum computers we don't know. This movie is crazy. Oh my God. Wow, look at that.
Now, I better get my hand back before the field collapses.
Whoa, that's crazy. Go watch it on Netflix, it's really good. Oh my...
I would like to know the name of that movie or TV show, whatever it's called. It looks like an interesting watch.
For the first time, scientists have taken off the space-time headset. What are we going to find? So I should be very, very clear on this point. Now, I'm a cognitive neuroscientist, and when I say that space-time isn't fundamental and objects in space-time aren't fundamental, that means neurons don't exist when they're not perceived. What I'm saying is very, very uncomfortable that we don't see reality as it is. This theory of conscious agents is really the first layer of software outside of our space-time headset. Once you know the software, you can change the game pretty much any way you want to.
So you believe we're living in a simulation of sorts?
I think that we just have to bite the bullet and say, no matter how smart, mathematically precise you are, it's going to be trivial compared to the reality beyond. And I think as a scientist, it's critical for me to actually spend time in utter silence. That's where the true new creativity comes from. What we know is one perspective out of an infinite number of perspectives. But that's who you are. What you are transcends any description. And that's how the infinite comes to know itself. It actually makes a lot of sense. If you have someone, say Grand Theft Auto, and it is a virtual reality version of Grand Theft Auto in multiplayer, and there's some supercomputer somewhere that's running it, but you don't see that supercomputer. You don't need to know about the software and so forth. All I know is I've got a steering wheel in front of me. I've got a dashboard. I've got a gas pedal and so forth, and I can see over to my right. I can see a green Ferrari or something like that I'm racing against. Well, of course, if you looked inside the supercomputer, there's no green Ferrari anywhere inside the supercomputer, and there's no steering wheel and none of that. The reality that I'm interacting with, and what I'm really doing in this metaphor, in that reality, is toggling millions of voltages in a precise order. It has to be, you get one toggle wrong and the thing can crash. So you have to get this precise toggling of millions of voltages. That's what you're really doing in the reality. But if you had to do that to play the game, if you actually had to go in there and know what sequence of voltages to put in at what time, good luck. I'm going to win the game if I'm just turning my steering wheel and slamming on the brakes and the gas and I'm going to win the game. So here's the case where it's very, very clear that knowing the reality and having to interface directly with the reality to play the game is going to make you lose, as opposed to just having a dumbed down user interface that hides the truth, but gives you just the controls you need. So that's sort of the point of view of evolution. From the evolutionary point of view, Darwin's idea then is basically that evolution shaped us with sensory systems that hide all the truth that we don't need and all the gory details. Just give us the levers that we need to control reality without actually knowing what those levers do. So, because if you had all the stuff that you know, you're going to have to pay for, more energy for all the neurons you're going to need to store that information, to understand that stuff. It's just too expensive. So that's sort of an intuition where it starts to make it seem not so much crazy, but of course.
So this starts to, I think, be a little destabilizing for some people when you say we're living in a matrix simulation. Reality isn't real. And so this understanding that this headset, our sensory system allows us to navigate the game of life, like, the game in GTA 6 or whatever that comes out. If we have like a VR headset, like the Apple headset, will allow us to navigate and play in there, for example. And that space-time is a very limited scope of reality. And within that limited scope of reality, we are perceiving less than 0.1% of the electromagnetic spectrum that we can see with visible light. The sensory experience of life is extremely limited to the vastness of what existence actually is.
That's right. And even the very notion of the electromagnetic spectrum itself is an artifact of the headset. It's not a deep insight into the reality. So when we talk about that, we're using headset language. It's not the truth.
Yeah.
But even in the headset, we have hints inside the headset. Even the part that we see inside the headset is trivial compared to what's out there.
So you believe we're living in a simulation of sorts. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say that that space-time is not fundamental objective reality. And therefore, something else is. For the first time, scientists have taken off the space-time headset. What are we going to find? So I should be very, very clear on this point. Now, I'm a cognitive neuroscientist.
He's a cognitive neuroscientist, so that's not coming from anybody. Oh my goodness, they messing our simulation all the way up, man.
This is so crazy to me. There's actually scientific proof that humans are not physical beings, and that in fact, nothing in our universe is physical or solid. This is a picture of a quark. So quantum physics tells us that everything is fundamentally made up of atoms. Everything in our universe is made up of atoms that are made up of electrons, neutrons, and protons. And protons and neutrons are made up of quarks. And electrons are made up of leptons. But what are quarks and leptons made of? They're made of nothing. Quarks and leptons are just pure energy. Quarks and leptons are fast-moving points of pure energy. They're made up of literally nothing. They are nothing. So that means that at the fundamental core of the atom, and therefore at the fundamental core of everything in our universe, there is no material there. It's just pure energy. It's energy vortices. You are just energy vortices. Energy is only transformed. It's neither created nor destroyed. So this energy that is you and that is everything persists forever. It is immortal. So this means that you're not just a temporary flesh sack that lives for 80 years, then dies forever. You are the same energy as everything in our universe. So this means that humans are purely eternal spiritual beings, and that the physicality and solidity of everything is just an illusion. You are an immortal divine being, and next time you feel alone, just know that you can't be alone, because you literally are one with everything, because you are everything. This is so crazy to me.
I've heard that so much, but it's like the only thing I can really take away from this is quarks and leptons. That is what piqued my curiosity. Let's type that in.
Did you know that scientists may have found the best proof that God made the universe in 2012?
research at CERN in Switzerland, they made an amazing discovery. They found out that atoms, which may always been taught are the smallest particles, are made of the even smaller things called quarks. Now what they did with this is even crazier. Even scientists fired 2 electrons at each other to study the quarks. They found something incredible. The God particle. This particle behaved just like sound waves. And the Bible says that God created the world with his words. If you believe God is the creator of the universe, then subscribe or follow now. Did you know that scientists may have found the best?
Alright, we might be getting somewhere.
Enough about electrons, let's talk about quarks. Like how your family has quarks? That can be a separate video. For a long time, we thought that protons, neutrons, and electrons were the fundamental particles making up matter. In the late 20th century, it was discovered that there's actually something smaller that makes up protons and neutrons. Those are called quarks. The structure of an atom is a bit more complex than we thought it was. And there's more. Not only are there quarks, but there are different types or flavors of them. What does it all mean? There's a lot more to be known about quarks and how they work mathematically. Some theorize that there are constituents which make up quarks, and there are constituents which make up those constituents. Like a never-ending cycle. Enough about electrons, let's talk about quarks. Like how your family has quarks?
Now we all know that atoms are the fundamental building blocks of the universe, or are they? Let's examine this idea closer. For starters, atoms themselves are a composition of even smaller parts. Those parts being protons, neutrons, and electrons. Funny enough, 2 of these, that being the proton and the neutron, are made of even smaller parts. And a quick little side note I'd like to make here is that electrons actually are fundamental particles, meaning nothing else makes up an electron but the energy needed to make an electron. That being said, researchers have been able to use powerful machines like the LHC to probe inside of protons and or neutrons. And what researchers end up discovering is that the center of a proton is comprised of fundamental particles known as quarks, specifically comprising of 2 up quark, 1 down quark, all being bound together by another fundamental particle known as gluons. And this is essentially the same story for the neutron, the main difference being that the ratio of down quarks to up quarks has been flipped. Furthermore, researchers wanted to know if they could isolate these particles from each other. And what they found is that you can essentially remove one of the quarks from this arrangement and have something known as a quark dipole, where 2 quarks would be bounded to each other. Furthermore, what they also discovered is that the harder you try to pull these 2 apart, the more energy it requires. The universe ends up using the energy you use to pull them apart to create 2 brand new quarks, to form 2 stable dipoles.
I like the fact that it takes more energy to separate them.
Okay, so everything around us is made out of particles, yeah? This means that if you keep zooming in and in, you keep seeing in like any matter pretty much, you start seeing that they're made out of molecules, the molecules are made out of atoms and such. Eventually you get to a point in which you cannot zoom further, so you get to the smallest possible particles that you cannot break them into half or smaller pieces anymore. We call this the fundamental particles, yeah? For example, any atom is pretty much made out of 3 particles, electrons, protons, neutrons. It turns out that even though electrons are fundamental particles, protons and neutrons are not. Protons and neutrons themselves are made out of more fundamental particles. We call them quarks. And to the best of our knowledge, there is nothing smaller than quarks. Quarks are the true fundamental particles. Now, to build protons and neutrons, you only need 2 types of quarks. We call them up and down quarks. It turned out, though, in reality, we have 6 quarks in the universe, up, down, strange, top, bottom, don't even remember what was the last, charm. Don't ask me why these names, but anyway, we have 6. The other 4 are heavier than the up and down. We don't know why we have 6, even though the universe only uses 2 of them to build the stuff. The same way is true about electron. Electron is actually 3 particles that are very similar to each other. Electron, muon, and tau. The other 2 are heavier and they don't naturally exist in the universe. They only happen in like high energy experiments. And the reason they don't still is because their mass makes them very unstable. So they very rapidly decay into the lighter up-down quarks or electrons and other particles. Okay.
Let's talk about quarks.
So this commenter was asking me to talk about deep inelastic scattering experiments that were conducted in the 1960s that helped us discover that protons and neutrons are made of smaller things, namely quarks. So before any experiments were conducted to discover quarks, they were theorized by a scientist named Murray Gell-Mann. George Zweig also proposed the notion of quarks independently of Murray Gell-Mann, but Murray Gell-Mann usually gets most of the credit. These things, known as quarks, were originally theorized because they provided a unifying underlying structure to the different subatomic particles that had been discovered. Famously, Murray Gell-Mann discovered this structure called the Eightfold Way, which described a whole bunch of different subatomic particles, and found that the symmetry of this structure indicated an underlying smaller structure. So just like Rutherford in the early 1900s discovered that the atom has a nucleus, the proposal was to try to find this smaller structure inside protons and neutrons by smashing into them with things that we knew more about, like electrons. The hope is that if we can ramp up the energy of the electrons sufficiently high, it will knock out some of these smaller structures and we'll be able to learn about them. On the other hand, if protons and neutrons had no smaller structure, it wouldn't matter how high you ramp up the electron's energy, it would never knock out a smaller piece. So it was in 1968 that Stanford's Linear Accelerator Center began to conduct what are now known as the deep inelastic scattering experiments. Deep here refers to very high energies, and inelastic here means that some of the energy in the collision was converted into mass. And what did they find? They found that indeed protons are made of smaller point-like objects that we now call quarks. What happened in the experiment is that the electron struck the proton so hard, interacting with one of its quarks, that it effectively knocked one of the quarks out of the proton. Now, for those of you who are familiar with quantum chromodynamics, you know that quarks can't exist on their own. By the way, I know that might not be a lot of you, but just trust me on this, quarks can't exist on their own. So what happened then when the quark was knocked out of the proton is that it pulled out more energy and constructed more quarks out of the quark field so that it could become what is now known as a color singlet. And so what happened from this one quark being ejected from the proton, you had a whole spray of subatomic particles coming out. Detecting that spray of subatomic particles is precisely how we knew that the proton had to be made of smaller bits. If it weren't, we would just expect the electron to bounce off and go in some direction, but the proton to remain intact. But that's not what was observed. Let's talk about quarks. So this commenter was asking me to talk about deep inelastic scattering experiments that were Let's talk about
So this one guy commented and said quarks are also believed to be made up of even smaller string-like particles that can help in mathematic development of string theory and wormholes. So, man. So if we go even smaller than a quark, we can look into string theory and wormholes. Oh my goodness. So they're basically saying even smaller than quarks, you have literal smaller particles made of string, like the Matrix. So quarks actually isn't the smallest object. That's just small as what we can see so far.
How wormholes work explained to an 11-year-old. Shortcuts in space that let you travel anywhere in the universe in just a few seconds. Sounds ridiculous, I know, but the smartest man in history, Einstein, is the one who came up with it, and he says it's theoretically possible. So the classic analogy, picture a bowling ball on a trampoline. The trampoline curves inward around the ball, and smaller balls that are put on the trampoline roll towards the bowling ball, which imitates gravity. The trampoline is space, and the bowling ball is an object, like the sun, which actually curves the space around it. If we squeeze that bowling ball to get smaller and smaller while keeping its mass the same, the trampoline ends up getting more and more curved. And eventually the trampoline space gets so warped that it just rips a hole right through it. This is a black hole, and any ball you put on the trampoline now just falls right through the hole and is gone forever. Wormholes are similar to black holes, except instead of collapsing into eternal darkness, due to the intense warping of space around these objects, two of these holes collapse into each other, creating a sort of tunnel that you could pass through. Now, since gravity is constantly trying to collapse these holes into a single point, these tunnels would actually pinch in the middle and they would not be
or density
passable. But if we can somehow make enough energy to hold these tunnels open, such as using something called exotic matter, we can, in theory, enter one side of the wormhole and exit in a completely different part of the universe in seconds. And now that's what we call a wormhole. How wormholes work?
Alright guys, hear me out for a second. Like, I know a lot of you don't believe in space, and I get it 100%. But what if these wormholes, what if this theory really just takes place on an Earth's surface level, and that this is actually how you form a portal? So think of wormholes kind of as portals on Earth, but what if it's possible? That's what I'm starting to get. We just haven't, we just can't do portals yet, because now we in Stargate territory. So maybe they were actually able to make wormholes, but it was literally called Stargates back in the day. From these, the Egyptian pyramids, maybe they had some type of energy beaming up. They had this technology. This is just us trying to figure out, how is this possible? How is an actual portal possible? And according to y'all boy Einstein, they said it was, but they're trying to say wormholes. They really trying to send us off. We're just trying to, go in different places on Earth, to be honest.
The tunnel seemed to come alive. It began to breathe, undulating, as if it had a life of its own. The workers witnessed the walls pulsating like a living, breathing entity. The tunnel moved like a cloud, appearing and disappearing in a rhythmic dance that defied all logic. In the depths of Northwest Colombia, construction workers toiled beneath the surface on a government project, digging through what seemed to be an ordinary tunnel. The humdrum of machinery and the rhythm of pickaxes hitting rock filled the air, a typical day underground. But then, something inexplicable occurred. Scientists analyzed the footage of the bizarre pulsing energy. The footage baffled them. Was this dangerous? Would the tunnel collapse? The regular pulsation suggested something was controlling the phenomenon. Some of the greatest minds in science had entertained the possibility of wormholes. Introduced by Einstein in 1935, a wormhole is essentially a shortcut, a subway system connecting two distant points in space and time. Conventional space travel to Alpha Centauri A, the nearest star to the Sun, would take approximately 165,000 years. A wormhole, however, could potentially reduce that journey to just 4 years. The tunnel seemed to come alive. It began to breathe.
Again, we just trying to go past the ice walls. If we can get a wormhole or a portal or a Stargate past the ice walls, maybe see our ancestors, get some of this ancient knowledge back. That's what we're trying to obtain. We forget that star 900 million miles away, and it's going to take 4 years. We ain't got time for that. We just trying to walk through something and be there immediately.
Honestly, this is the simple way to understand the structure of a wormhole. And this is not an accurate depiction or visualization, but it is, you know what I'm saying? It's a great opinion. Understanding that if you put your consciousness or your thoughts and your spiritual sense when you're dreaming universally, you understand that you can travel from this plane, actually this plane to this plane to this plane, connected to this plane. So we live in this system right here, this enclosed trap right here. But when you're dreaming, this is when you can go off and do whatever you want. So as you're doing that, you're going to a different hole, that you've been living in. You get what I'm saying? You've been living in this hole right here. And understand that when you're connecting your consciousness, you're traveling to a different wormhole, which is full of other vehicles, other life, and different space of your mind. Because space exists within your mind. This is not space right here, but it is. Because what is it? Nothing but the ocean, the water within yourself. Now, as we go down for here, white hole to the galaxy 2, understand that what's the opposite of black? White. So now, boom, as you go into here, you're going to understand that your other galaxy, your other system, because you are trapped in that system as well, but you can tap into this system right here and be different physically and spiritually, and you'll be able to upgrade the degraded system that you have been placed in, that you've been living in. Now, as you do that, you'll be able to do whatever you want and make your dreams your reality. You can tap into yourself in a different galaxy, not knowing that you are watching yourself from a third person point of view when you are living like this. So if you think about it, in your other galaxy, you are sleeping right now in galaxy 2 during the daytime, because it's like 3:07 in Georgia. So in the other galaxy, You are being watched by God, not knowing your higher self, your future self is you. You are watching yourself through the white hole, which is also the black hole, as above, so below. You watch yourself through this galaxy, and you're being watched by God, your future self, and the choices that you make are being placed through your choices, so they're being trapped into your consciousness to where you walk and talk and do whatever you do, you work and do, and you go, you have your friends, your family, your dog, whatever you think that your numerology code is going to place into your life, or your angel numbers. You're watching yourself and you're doing everything that you've been told you are not and you are going to do. So when you're doing it, don't be surprised that God is blessing you in different ways or giving you blissfulness in different ways, because you deserve it, but you don't deserve it. That's why you don't get everything that you think you deserve, because you haven't earned it, nor are you ready for it, because God already seen you go through it to where he was like, you know what, I'm not going to place this into you in the current system that you are placed in. So once you tap into this right here, you are able to see yourself in a different world, in a different dimension that you've been living in. And so when you become awake to yourself in different universal dreams, then you can have this dream sucked right in from this system into this system. Now your dreams have become your reality, and every life or every moment that you wake up, you will know, like, damn, God works in mysterious ways, because you are the reflection of God. So yeah.
That was an interesting take. I'd never heard of a white hole before. Let's see what a white hole is.
What is a white hole? Theoretically, it's the twin of a black hole. In the early 20th century, black holes were theoretical. When Einstein created his general theory of relativity, he also mathematically predicted black holes. At the time, no one was sure they were even real, but we now know they exist. One of the other entities predicted in general relativity was a white hole. For a black hole, everything flows inward and nothing can escape, not even light. But a white hole would be the opposite, an outward flowing of time and space where nothing can enter. So everything is being ejected, including light, which is why they'd be white. Mathematically, they work, but only their existence. The creation of one has to make sense too. To create a white hole, you'd have to reverse entropy, which would also mean reversing time. If you saw the movie Tenet, you're probably familiar with the idea where they would reverse entropy objects. If the movie didn't make sense to you, don't worry, reverse entropy doesn't fully check. It's basically like unscrambling an egg. But if reverse entropy could happen, then that's actually one way the Big Bang could have happened. Imagine jumping on a trampoline. The only way you can snap up is if there's an opposite action, downward. That downward motion could have been reverse entropy, a white hole, and that snapped up into the Big Bang. There are other theories, like a white hole is on the opposite side of a black hole, creating new universes from our matter, or that a white hole comes at the end of a black hole's life. Ultimately, white holes are a mathematical exercise. We have very little evidence for their existence for now. What is a white hole?
You know, I'm starting to learn that just because someone has an explanation for something doesn't necessarily mean that is our literal reality. It's up to us to literally dig in, do our own research, and come up with our own hypothesis of what we can physically see and what we can physically believe in. So that's just my take on it.
Many people have a hard time discerning the shocking. I'm beginning to understand that many people have a hard time discerning explanation from proof. Because someone gives you an explanation for an unprovable phenomenon does not make that explanation proof. We are told that lunar eclipses occur when the sun, the earth, and the moon are in a direct line. Supposedly, the sun shines light onto earth, the earth then casts its shadow onto the moon, okay? That is an explanation for a phenomenon that we see in the sky. It is not proof. Proof would be to see this happening from a different vantage point. We would need to go up on a rocket into, quote, outer space to get high enough to see the sun, the earth, and the moon and be able to say, okay, I am observing this phenomenon happen. But we can't. So this can't be used as proof of a globe earth. In fact, it can't be used as proof of anything. It only proves to me that you accept explanations without critically thinking. My son was suspended from school one day, and he came home and he gave me a good explanation as to why this happened. At first I accepted that explanation until more evidence arose, and then I realized that that explanation was not proof, nor was it truth. You see where I'm going with this? We also have an eclipse that is called a selenilian. It is referred to as an impossible occurrence because it is literally impossible on a globe. It is impossible because both the sun and moon are above the horizon when this eclipse occurs, making it impossible for Earth's supposed shadow to be causing this phenomenon. It has been explained, not proven, explained away as the effects of atmospheric refraction. But let me remind you, refraction is of light waves, not shadows. Not only that, during this eclipse, the shadow is on the top half of the moon. I don't know how you want to explain that unless you want to say it's a mirage. I know you guys are good for that.
It's a mirage.
But the fact is, you will accept any explanation given to you as long as it's coming from someone that's higher in this hierarchy system. That's the way your brain was programmed to work. If I tell you something, you'll go back and forth with me about it all day. But if a guy with a white lab coat on comes along and tells you something, he doesn't even have to have a GED or a high school diploma. You will accept it as proof, and you will go around telling everybody that you know the truth. And it's all because you were programmed to accept whatever comes from somebody who fits the description. You see, if there's more than one plausible explanation for a phenomenon, then neither of them can be used to explain it. At some point, you're going to have to choose. And in doing so, you're going to have faith, making the globe that you believe in your religion. The same way is my religion. But I'll be the first to say, there's more evidence to support my religion than yours. My religion is based on observable facts, while yours is based on theories. I'm beginning to understand that many people have a hard time discerning explanation from proof, because
I literally remember when I was in, I believe it was 5th grade, I asked my science teacher. Science was my favorite class because we just would talk about outer space. I love the galaxies, the Horseshoe Nebula, all that fun stuff. But anyways, I asked him, I'm like, how come sometimes when you could see the moon in a crescent, but you could still see the other half of the moon within the shadow? He literally could not answer that question. He said, that is a great question. Let me get back to you on that. And he got back to me on it the very next day. Like, that was the first thing as soon as I came in class. He's like, hey, I found that answer for you. And it literally, I remember him trying to explain it, but I'm like, this makes no sense whatsoever. So if someone is telling you something and you literally cannot put the pieces together and it doesn't make any sense, there's a strong chance that intuition in your body, your discernment is saying that's not it. That's not the truth. So it's up to you to really find out what you truly believe in. Do your own research. Keep your head on a swivel. That is the true definition of keep your head on a swivel. Don't take what someone says to you and run with it. Say, nah, I'm keep my head on a swivel, man. That means you about to do your own research. You're going to dive in these waters and come up with your own conclusion. Come up with your own hypothesis. Test that hypothesis in different ways. Different ways you can test it. Throw everything you can at that hypothesis and then truly have a solid foundation in what you believe in. Let's go, y'all. During my last live yesterday, someone said, Demon Wave computer. I'm like, Demon Wave? I never heard of that. I heard of D-Wave, and it got me thinking, oh, damn. Maybe that's what the D stands for. So we got to dive into this, man.
Supposedly invented the D-Wave computer and also now the Kindred computer stuff. He has a few things to say about this big black cube, this big black monolith. And it's very interesting, but you need to watch it for yourself. And I don't even believe that these guys invent this stuff themselves. And some have even said that they don't even know how it works. It just does. And I believe that they've been fed this technology through fallen angels. And what's interesting is, hear his own words. He even claims that when he's standing before this thing, it's like he's standing in front or before an altar of an alien god. Listen.
This is what they look like. There are two of them. These are from our lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths, big metal boxes, about 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall. And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. Just a wisp, a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. hundreds of times colder than interstellar space. Amongst the coldest and most isolated and extreme conditions that humans have ever been able to engineer. These fridges, interestingly enough, which are called pulse tube dilution refrigerators, have a thing called a pulse tube, which emits a sound roughly once per second, which sounds eerily like a heartbeat. So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it is an awe-inspiring thing, at least for me. It feels like an altar to an alien god. They really are impressive machines.
The guy that supposedly invented the
I don't know. How are we supposed to take that? An altar to alien gods? Oh my God. Man. What are they trying to accomplish here? They said in the movie Lucy, spoiler alert, she when she went into God mode, she turned into a tower. You know? I don't get it. Could this be an alien gift? Let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna try to, see if we got anything new on the D-Wave, man. Because I remember seeing that circulating a while ago. I wonder if there's anything new on this.
Now this video is on quantum computing D-Wave. Now these computers are used supposedly to take things out of parallel universes. And they've been doing this for 9 years. Supposedly that's what this company is saying. And you know how dangerous that could be? Taking something out of a parallel universe, you don't even know what it could be. Check out this video and tell me what you think.
Lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths. Big metal boxes. About 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall.
I know. Let's see if we got some pictures of the inside or something, man. Something new on this. They're keeping the hush hush on this, man. How come we haven't heard anything new since this dude dropped this? This should be on the front pages of updates. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to do my best to see if we got anything new, or even if we can look inside one of these things.
And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. Just a wisp, a fraction of a degree above absolute zero.
Beast. And how can the mark be revealed if he, quote unquote, hasn't been revealed yet? Well, personally, I believe that the Beast is an artificially intelligent machine living within the quantum computers at D-Wave. Now you have to understand how deep this really goes, because even the device that I'm holding right now and the device that you're holding right now is connected to the Beast system. However, I'm using his system for good to expose him while I still can. But there's coming a time where they will do an internet reset, and no longer will the internet be an open system where everyone can post, but it'll be a closed system controlled by the elites entirely. The Beast already exists, he's already out in the world, and he is gathering information to create the image of the Beast, which is the first artificially intelligent humanoid machine which is given a mouth to speak and forces and mandates the mark, which is being distributed as I speak right now. Bless you.
This is like take 59 on this video. I'm not lying to you, fam. I tell y'all, whenever I do these Mandela Effect videos, TikTok be doing the most. One time my voice was too slow on the first take. The next take, my voice was fast as hell. Then my lighting on my screen magically went down. Look, you know what? I honestly feel like because I do these TikTok videos, I'm a targeted individual. I'm not gonna lie to you, fam. You know that there's a hashtag that says stay woke, stay broke, right? In other words, you could be a sheeple and you can just go to work, shut the fuck up. Or you can do like me and pay attention and call shit out, and then they'll just blackball you and everything. I just feel like that's part of it, because most jobs only not hire you if you have a felony. They don't be tripping off misdemeanors that haven't been resolved yet. Anyways, man, let's get into this video. When I grew up, we use Maxwell tapes. I'm scared because I'm like, I'm scared they're gonna fuck with my editing again. But we grew up on Maxwell tapes, fam. You wanted to watch a Bulls game? I grew up in Chicago. You wanted to record a Bulls game? Maxwell tape. You wanted to make a Hot 97 mixtape and record off the radio, Maxwell tape. Now, this timeline, that's all goofy. And when I grew up, it was Maxwell tapes, right? You know what the modern timeline is now? It's Max L tapes, fam. The whole damn W was gone. Watch this. I literally got to look and check the bottom and the speed to make sure it ain't tweaking on me. Look, fam, this is what happens when you type in Maxwell tapes in the Google search bar nowadays. Modern day on this timeline with that CERN and the Large Hadron Collider done messed up with D-Wave computers. They did it, bro. Look, this is what shot pops up on Google search. I typed in Maxwell tapes. You see it. Look what it shows me. Max L tapes. What the hell is a Max L tape, fam? What is that? And don't try to say, oh, our minds did it. Our minds made up that and whoop-de-doo, whoop-de-doo. No, fam. Our minds didn't do none of that. I have a good memory. My memory serves me well. And I grew up on Maxwell tapes. Now look, when I type in Maxwell tapes Mandela effect, this is what you get. This is what you get when you type in the Google search bar, Maxwell tape Mandela effect. You click on images. You see a Maxwell tape right there, the movie Kazam. We're not talking about those right now. I'm just showing you the difference. You see it, residual evidence. How did I get the residual evidence? If Maxwell tapes never existed, how am I able to show you Maxwell tapes? Because I don't want nobody to say nothing or look, you see I typed in Maxwell tapes Mandela effect images. This is what you get, a Maxwell tape. A Maxwell tape. Now let's go back to my original picture. Maxwell tape, fam. This is what I grew up on. This is from the old timeline before shit got weird and CERN messed it up. We had Maxwell tapes. Now, one more time for the people in the back. Mandela effect is when they call us crazy. They're going to say that these never existed, fam. You can't tell them it up. Me on the mud. My memory serves me well, fam. Now, let's go back to the modern day timeline one more time. This is what happens if you type in the Google search right now, Maxwell tapes. You're going to get Max L tapes. The only reason why you see Maxwell tapes Mandela effect is because I typed it in. If you don't type it in, you're going to get all of these without a W. And that's what they're trying to tell. Go to the store right now. You can't buy a Maxwell tape. It's a Max L tape. That's weird as hell. Now, you go and you type in Maxwell tapes Mandela effect. You get this right here along with some other things. You type in Maxwell tapes regular. Get this crap right here. This is what you get. This is what you get in the regular Google search bar. Because I don't want nobody to, oh, you didn't know. No, you see what I typed in. You damn it, you see what I typed in. Now, right back to my original picture. Maxwell tapes, man. You can't tell me nothing, man. I don't know what's going on with the timeline or what CERN done did. But stop telling people that we crazy, man. We not crazy, fam. Something's up and it's not okay.
What do you guys, that was a little bit before my time, man. But I do remember recording on VHS. But Maxwell, guys, let me know your thoughts below. Did it have the W or not? I'm sure some of you guys can go in a basement and dig a couple up. You know, let your boy know. Let's keep going on these waters.
The Mandela effect, a phenomenon.
You wanna play with magic?
Okay, the D wave kind of goes around Saturn. Okay, we getting somewhere with that. They got a black cube in Australia. I don't know. What's up with this black cube? This black transformer cube, y'all.
I'm not trying to scare you, but this is terrifying. Remember when I said they were creating dinosaurs in my past video? Well, now a lab funded by the same company has taken the DNA from another source that was found in Canada back in 2012. It had been preserved in ice for 100 million years. It had scales, claws, and... I'm not trying to scare you, but this is terrifying. Remember when I said they were creating dinosaurs in my past video? Well, now a lab funded by the same company has taken the DNA from another source that was found in Canada back in 2012. It had been preserved in ice for 100 million years. It had scales, claws, and skin, all that still intact. Now to test things out. They started injecting small bits of DNA to chicken eggs, and the chickens started to grow strands of dinosaur features like longer legs, and they started becoming bigger. Check this picture out. That the dinosaurs grew to full adults by around 2 to 3 months because it still had chicken DNA. And chickens grow to full adults after 45 days. One of the adult dinosaurs ate its caretaker, the company that funded the lab proceeding to build a zoo where families can come in and see the dinosaurs. It's literally Jurassic Park come to life 2023.
I don't know about that one, man. I don't think that's true. I believe they're working on lab experiments and they're trying to grow stuff, but I don't know. We would need some better pictures than that.
Pay attention. This is how they look when you're really awake, when you're rising in frequency. This is what you will see. The universe will show you the true form of who they really are and who they hide behind. And people who are low vibration can't see them. So when you're thinking on the high vibration of that God consciousness, you are able to see these Archons and how they are able to play with our subconscious mind. Look at what they're eating. Look. The deity is thriving off of the low vibrational people. They can't see it, but he can. I'm like, boy, what the hell?
Carla prefers chocolate to flowers, and you should get yourself some candles.
Candles? Thanks.
Yeah, he's looking like, okay, so you chosen, huh?
My weirdness, agree that I'm screwed up?
Yeah.
I see your problem. Weirdness can be fun, it can be kind of cool. Screwed upness.
They ain't talking about nothing. But he sees the entity. Look.
Quite weird.
Finding the heart. Oh, you got a heart too?
Apology accepted.
I gotta go. You too.
Not me you have to worry about.
I know.
I gotta go to work too.
Yep, trying to pretend like he don't see it. You gotta play oblivious. He looking like, oh, this is your girl, okay. Find a low vibration to find a new host. All right, I had to show that because that's a vivid description of what they look like. Understand they are everything and they are nothing. So they don't even exist physically, but they do spiritually. The best way for them to thrive is within your solar plexus, meaning your gut, your second brain. And understand, a lot of times when you're having a gut feeling, you have two sides to you. You have the angel speaking to you, you have the devil speaking to you. You understand that is your subconscious playing tricks on you. So that is them literally playing with your mind. And you can't see them. So of course, if you're in the low vibration, you're going to go with the food that makes you feel less hungry. But understand, when you're a spiritual being practicing fasting, you don't have to eat shit. All you gotta do is drink water and stare into the sun. You don't have to eat for days if you don't want to. You can literally survive off of fruit and water for the rest of your life if you train your brain, if you heal your gut. They don't want you to do that. So understand, they will make sure you practice being a cannibal. Make sure you practice eating meat that is not alive. They'll practice making you eat chicken and ribs and pork chop, bacon, burgers, beef, all this shit that's not good for you. They'll make sure that you eat it and you'll thrive off of it. And then what will you do when you are sick, when you aren't feeling good, when you have a stomach bug? And understand, when people have stomach bugs, that is literally your body rejecting these forces that are playing tricks on your brain. So that is them hiding within your solar plexus, trying to hide and find out who you are as a host. And when they like your body, when they feed off your low vibration, they are able to bring you down within a lower enlightenment to where you're stuck in the low vibration, you're stuck in hell, literally and figuratively. You don't even know it because your energy is so low within yourself, it became a comfortable habit. I hope I said that. Habit? Come on, family. It became a comfortable habit. So therefore, you are stuck in a low vibration, and they will understand that. And they know the matrix more than you know the matrix because you haven't even studied the matrix, or these different realms that you don't seem to know are stacked upon each other. And they're at the highest vibration while living in the lowest vibration to where you are at and below. Understand, they are the cause of all the negativity that has been placed upon the world. Our default program was evil in the first place. So understand, they ran back to their default program because they lost the creativeness of God, of Elohim. So since they know that, they plan to go against the script. They flip the script, as above, so below. So whenever our realm was caused to be full of heaven, they decided to bring hell, because what is heaven and what is hell? Life for part 3.
Them Archons, man. He's saying all this meat, man. Look at me, man. I'm eating artificial meat right now. I couldn't help it, man. I went to Big B, man. Got me one of them poolside boys with strawberry and lemon with a Red Bull. I know, man. It's the worst. Look, I got egg, artificial sausage on artesian bread. Come on, man. They got bacon, egg. I'm sorry, man. My conscious level dripping. I ain't never gonna be able to see a damn Archon eating like this. Oh God.
Ever wonder why the powers that be always broadcast what they're gonna do before they do it? It's not to avoid karma. That's not how karma works. The reason is because the powers that be are Archons.
Archons were spoken about in the ancient Gnostic texts. Archons are thought forms that cannot manifest on their own because they have no love or connection to the cosmic womb, and therefore cannot utilize the law of attraction. So they use us humans to manifest by putting ideas in our faces. Once we see the idea and experience an emotion about the idea, we manifest it for them. So they don't tell us what they're going to do before they do it. They tell us what they want to happen, and we make it happen by experiencing negative emotions about it happening. Did you know that your negative thoughts feed parasitic entities called Archons? The ancient Gnostic Nag Hammadi texts speak about Archons. Keep in mind these texts are thousands of years older than the Bible. A long time ago there occurred something called the Lucifer Rebellion, where an entity tried to create his own universe outside of the cosmic womb. To do this, he and his rebel soldiers called Archons had to cut themselves off from love and the law of attraction. Because of this, they cannot manifest or pull from the quantum. So in order to create the world they want, they had to use beings who could manifest, aka humans. The Archons cannot have us ascending or reaching enlightenment because they wouldn't be able to reach us and their world would cease. So they create constant conflict and destruction to fuel our negative thoughts.
So, Archons kind of sound like a demon. Are Archons demons, or are they lower level demons that have no connection to anything?
Discussing demons and interdimensional beings in a real way is always a really difficult subject because no one wants to acknowledge the possibility that it's true. And brother, I'm not saying you're doing this right now, but I think it's important for us to have a serious conversation about this to see where everyone truly stands. I wouldn't call myself an expert of demonology, but I've had hundreds of experiences with supernatural and intelligent entities. Through all those experiences, I developed a working theory, not based on what somebody told me or what I read in a book, what I actually went through. I used the scientific method and philosophies of logic to thoroughly understand these experiences, to understand what was happening to me and so many others. In this video, I'm going to tell you some of my experiences and what I learned from them. One of the most compelling experiences I ever had was the time that I told my friend that he was the second coming of Christ. My friend had been really down on his luck, he was kind of feeling bad for himself, and he was blaming the world for all his problems and just complaining about how bad things had gotten. I knew in that moment my friend needed to hear that he was the answer, that he was the solution to all the problems in the world. All he had to do was look in the mirror and say, how can I be the change I want to see in the world? So I...
Second coming of Christ? That's wild, man. What exactly is going on here, man? Y'all talking about the 1,000-year reign already happened. Second coming of Christ. Man, y'all need to stop it, man. This was a real dude. The Messiah was a real person that literally walked around. It's up to you to believe or not if he was the literal Messiah or not. But the fact is, he was a real person walking around. It's up to you to believe if he was the actual Messiah or not. But the second coming? Come on, man. What is going on? That's why I tell y'all to keep y'all head on a swivel, man. But I'm going to hear him out. But, you know, it's tough for me to sit here and listen to that, but I get it. Let me hear it.
I said, friend, you are the second coming of Christ. You are the Savior. And in that moment, a whisper in my ear that wasn't audible, but I could hear it, said, I will cut out your tongue.
I was rewatching that, and there's a verse that says we literally live and die by our tongue. So what we literally say, because we can't do sacrifices for animals like they did in the Old Testament, how do we do sacrifices now? We do sacrifices with our tongue, what we say, our confession, our we testify to what we believe. That's our sacrifice. So nowadays we literally live and die by the tongue. Well, this wasn't an easy video for me to make, guys, so I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope something positive came from this video. Honestly, I do.
In that very moment, I knew that wasn't God. or Christ. They would have been like, hey, slow the brakes, buddy. That's not how it works. They would have been kind and understanding and compassionate, you know, like everyone says God is. So I thought to myself, if it's so bad to tell people that the second coming of Christ, why is it that a demon or the devil or some sort of evil thing just whispered in my ear? And before the people go on about schizo and all that, I never heard that in my life. I was 20-something. In the 20-something years I've been alive, that had never, ever happened to me. So what did I do next? I told my friend, hey, listen, that was the most important thing I ever told you. You know, in direct rebellion of whatever creepy thing was trying to threaten me. And what happened? It felt like I got hit with some kind of weird energy right in my solar plexus. I immediately felt anxious and I was jittery, like literally shaking, and my hands went ice cold. The reason I'm saying all this right now, Tyler, is because you have told me that if we don't talk about them, if we don't believe in them, if we just keep all those ideas out of our heads, then they don't exist. So why is it that when I told my friend he was the second coming, I was physically, literally attacked? It gets even more interesting. Years later, I was talking to some of my Muslim friends. By the way, Islam has the most information on what these things actually are and how to deal with them. And totally unrelated, I wasn't telling them the story about my life back then. They were talking to me about some of the symptoms of being attacked by one of these demons or whatever word, because they have all different words for all of them. They have a whole ecosystem. But they're like,
just a quick reminder, you guys were the ones that kept saying, do Archons. Chuck, do Archons. Jet, do Archons. Hey, here we are, man. You guys are the ones that want me to do this. Is this outlandish? Yes. I'm going to tell you right now. On the record, this is outlandish. The second coming, repent. It's not too late to repent. Are you serious? Repent. For salvation. Your only hope. You better hope everything is true. The stories and everything's true. And there's a chance, or at least half of what is written down in the books is true, for a chance of salvation. Come on, man. Y'all think y'all the second coming? I thought I was a little bit crazy, but damn.
hands and feet will go ice cold and you won't be able to get them warm. That night, my hands went ice cold. I couldn't get them warm for hours. I was in front of a wood stove, right in front of them, my hands right there, and they would not get warm. Now, this is just one of hundreds of experiences I've had, which I've been able to corroborate and correlate to ancient writings, new science, other religions, other people who have had experiences. This is how we start to understand if something is objective truth or not. If it keeps on happening in the real world, and you can corroborate it with science and other conjecture. So what did I learn from this experience? Whatever these things are, they don't want you to think you can do what Christ did. That makes them more mad than anything in the world. And what was one of the things Christ could do? Cast out and destroy demons. I guess they would be invested in stopping you from being able to have more power than them and be able to destroy them. And again, to reiterate this point, I was telling my friend about Christ. We were having no conversations about demons. I wasn't thinking about them. I had no idea that would happen to me. I had not a single iota of a thought that when I started talking about being the second coming of Christ, that a demon would come attack me. And this is why I have to respectfully disagree, brother. I was doing nothing to summon a demon whatsoever. And a lot of religious folk will say, well, you were going against God, so God just stepped out of the way and let that happen. No, God would have to be a lunatic. Because if God doesn't tell me what I did wrong, but just lets terrible things happen to me without the message that I need to learn, then that's not a good God anyway. The true one God will tell you when you're messing up. And they'll be polite about it. And they'll guide you. They're not just going to be like, all right, devil, wreck his life.
Was Sodom and Gomorrah polite? Was the Tower of Babel polite? No, brimstone and fire. That sky's gonna bust open, you know? Ain't nothing polite. He sent his son down here for a reason, you know? And y'all choose to just, ignore that fact? Okay, I'll be mad too. If I sent my son somewhere and look what y'all did to him, I would be heated. The fact that he still has love and compassion for us after what he did to our son speaks volumes. If we all go outside, we could see his fingerprint throughout the stars, nature, everything. For us to say we're the second coming, you are literally saying we are the creator of everything, because he's been there since the beginning. But he came in human form with his mother, Mary. That's when he came down in human form. You know, but he's always been there since the beginning. He just came down as the perfect prototype. Millions of people witnessed this. There's documented, there's manuscripts, there's artifacts. There's no doubt that Jesus was a real person. Jesus, Yeshua, Yahushua, however you want to say his name. There's people that believe he was a real person, but it's up to you to believe if he was the literal Messiah for our salvation. I'm telling you right now, none of us can be a savior for our own salvation. You know, I'll get on live. I'll talk to anybody face to face about this. You know, somebody got to stop y'all. Y'all getting out of control.
Remember, the story of Job is mostly metaphoric. Maybe there's parts of it that were literal. But the message is, when you endure suffering, you find truth. It wasn't God teaching him a covert lesson, right? It wasn't him being mean to Job because he messed up a little bit. If God wants to teach you something, God's going to teach you something. He's not going to do it where you're running into invisible brick walls and you had no idea what you did wrong. What happened to me was an attack from a predatory, parasitic, energetic being that lives on the outside of the visible light spectrum. How many people have been abducted by gray aliens or possessed by demons that were not inviting it whatsoever? There's over 3 million cases of alien abductions, okay? Lots of these abductions, they find out that there's these little blue balls of static electricity light that actually place like tricks on your mind to make you see whatever terrifies you. There's too many stories about this for them to not be real. There are too many accounts for all of them to have.
There's too many stories about the Messiah for it not to be real. You know, come on, y'all rather ride with aliens than the Messiah? Is this where we're at now as a society? Man, that sky's gonna bust open any day now. When I go outside, I look up, I'm like, man, is today the day? Because he's gonna come back and he's gonna merge heaven and earth together. And when the Messiah comes back, he's going to clean the earth, make it perfect, so his father can walk on earth again like Adam and Eve. You know, and about the 1,000-year reign, I'll just say this real quick. I heard from a very credible source that we are in the 6th seal right now. I do not know what that means, but we are not in the 1,000-year reign. But if we had to say our legitimate timeline of where we are now, we are literally in the 6th seal. How many seals there are, I don't know. What happens when 2 more open or 1 more open, I don't know. But we are literally in the 6th seal, if you need to know where we are on the timeline. Maybe you guys can explain that a little bit better for me, but we are in the 6th seal right now.
Have happened because the person was talking or thinking about them. Sure, you can definitely summon them when you talk about them and do their rituals. But how do you defeat something? How do you defeat an enemy if you can't even talk about the enemy and how to defeat them? You don't. There has to be discussion. That's not the same as summoning a spirit. We can talk about spirits in a way where we talk about victory over them, right? And that's not summoning them, that's summoning their defeat. We have to think more critically about this and treat it as if it's a literal, real phenomenon, because at this point, folks, there's too much evidence that there is something very weird happening in the invisible world.
It says in a good book, we do not wrestle flesh and blood, but we wrestle spiritual wickedness in high places. Come on, man, I can say that off the top of the dome. Man, this Archons, man, y'all got me heated up, man. Y'all making this Ruach come out, man.
This non-human realm was feeding off low vibrational energy. There's a scene in the Burst Matrix movie where Morpheus holds up a battery and says, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these, a battery. That is a profound statement in an apparently fictional movie.
Well, we saw the kids version in Monsters, Inc. as well.
That was another one. You had the monster world, where the key monster was a green entity with one single massive eye. I mean, that's telling you, isn't it? What happened is that in the monster world, they had no source of energy. And so in the power station, every day, the monster employees would turn up and they stand in line. And then these doors would come, and when they walked through the door, they walked into a child's bedroom. And their job was to terrify the child, so the child screamed. They caught the scream in a tube and went back to the monster world to power the monster world. It was very symbolic of how this works. They are telling you without telling you, if you know what I mean. This non-human realm was feeding off love.
Yeah, and at the end of the movie, they found out laughter was more powerful than screams. Say the whole movie. I'm not trying to debunk Archons, man. I'm just saying what comes up to my brain. Because this fire that the homie speaked about in the last one, I have that. And a lot of people call that the Holy Spirit, a.k.a. calls Ruach. You know, it's Ruach. Type it in. Look it on Google, you know, see what it means. Do your own research. Don't take my word for it.
Spirit got me through this video because my ego has no idea what it's talking about. If you ever wondered why you have suicidal thoughts, depression, if you ever wondered how this simulation is the way it is, if you ever wondered why people are haters, why there's trolls, why people hate themselves, why people kill each other, why slavery existed, why they assassinated Yeshua on the cross, thank these deities for that. These are the parasitic demons that rule our simulation, our earth, our dimension, whatever you want to call it. They created the prison that we are in right now as we speak. If you think about it, if we as human beings, if we are intelligence, who is artificial intelligence? Thank these deities for that as well. They are working overtime to make sure you have no time of knowing who you are. They're going to make sure that they place their consciousness within your subconscious mind to make sure you reincarnate into the same prison that you don't know that is a prison. These wicked beings are Hall of Fame sweats and tryhards. They will do anything they can to make sure you do not find yourself as a divine being. So as the creation of our realm, they are the creation of us. So if you think about it, they are copycats. They mimic what God did for us. And who else is a copycat of God? And if that is their master, their manipulation is placed upon all of us, including our government, our shadow government, our CIA, Men in Black, whatever you want to call it. All these people that you see within the news, the music industry, they all have an archonic agenda thanks to them because they are parasitic demons and people don't even know that these are parasitic demons that are laid within your subconscious mind. So consciously they have no power. But the thing is, our realm is too high for them. And that's the sad part. We live in a 3D realm. But if our frequency is too high for these beings, that lets you know they have no business being here. But of course, as human beings, we have emotions. We have low vibrational emotions. And this is where they are able to live because as parasites, they need a host. So if you feel sad, depressed, you have suicidal thoughts, you're thinking about killing somebody, all these things, if you have fear, anxiety, where you think about going to hell or heaven, where you think about death, you're scared of death, thank them for that because they are placing these thoughts within your head that do not exist, but they're going to make sure that they do exist so that you can kill yourself and come right back into the archonic grid. And the spawns of Satan had to make sure for their karmic fate, they had to make sure they put within our Bible, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness. Where's the opposite of light? Darkness. So these tryhards literally seen, they're the creation of creation. So as we were creating creation, they were like, you know what? I don't want to be good. I want to be bad. So our default program as human beings, we are meant to be evil. That is exactly why it's easy to be evil. It's hard to be good. It's hard to have a good heart. It's hard to give to someone. It's hard to love someone. It's hard to give somebody a hug. It's hard to speak positive to other people because people can't do that shit. Because once you live in an evil atmosphere and you've been fed an evil program, you will live in an evil program. Thank these deities for that shit. It's a spiritual warfare. Physically, we are not at war with each other, but spiritually, we are at war against our own. And if you know the story about Yeshua or Jesus, he was letting us know within the Bible as well. They're telling you, he was telling his father or himself, aka the creator, saying, Father and mother, forgive them, for they not know what they do. Telling us we were programmed in the past and look at us now. History repeats itself every single year, every single month, every single day. We are programmed by a program that doesn't know it's a program. Like for part 2.
That seemed a little bit more on point, man, but I'm just not getting what's so hard about saying demons and archons? You know, where did this even come from? Who was the first person that said archons? Archons? However you say it. I don't know. But I ain't gonna lie, he's bringing up some good points, man. There's some gems in there. But it's not that hard to hug people and give to people if you got that spirit inside you, that loving spirit. You know, it's not that difficult. Love thy enemy. You know, it's not that hard if you really got that heart for this. If you engrave his commandments on your heart, it's not that hard to be a nice person out here. Yes, you hear all these entities, but they do not have that type of power to overwhelm that goodness inside you. Come on, y'all. I'm not a preacher. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. I'm not trying to be. Y'all would make it before I would. And when you do make it, put in a good word for your boy. Say, hey, Jet's down there trying, man. Send him up here, please. You know, put in a good word for your boy when you make it up to heaven, please.
What if I told you there was an account of the Genesis story from the Bible that you've never heard before? The Hypostasis of the Archons is a text found within the Nag Hammadi Library, a collection of ancient Gnostic texts.
Oh, okay, we're getting some truth now. This is where all this stuff coming from. All right, let's write it down. I might need a break, man. Y'all got me riled up. It's the morning. I got me a bagel sandwich. I got me a refresher. I was feeling good until I'm hearing this craziness, man. I might need to do something else, like happy TikToks that will uplift society or something. Look how I do videos. Happy TikToks to uplift society. I swear to God, I'm gonna drop that. Cause this ain't it, man. Oh my God. Man, let me get a break, man. So much for this being a 35-minute video. This is probably gonna be a 2-hour boy because we gotta talk about this. You know, I'm not really concerned about the length of the video at this point, man, but we must decrease. He said, I'm gonna make you fisher of men. Okay.
You've never heard before. The Hypostasis of the Archons is a text found within the Nag Hammadi Library.
So anyone who's riding with this, they're putting a lot of faith into the Nag Hammadi library. I'm gonna write that down. You know, a minute since I pulled out this pen. You know it's gonna be a good episode if I look for a pen and pad, I swear. Look at this one. I was going crazy. I got the Thrones, Dyson Spheres, alien mega structures, astrophysicists, archangels, solemn science. I got it all right. We be on it. I swear we be on it. Hey, we're on one now. We're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to see how much validity it actually has. But what Brother Man was saying on the last video, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of it was spot on point. But how much validity does this stuff have? What can we take away from it? What type of gems can we get up out of it, you know, that can help society?
Discovered in Egypt in 1945. The term hypostasis can be understood as essence or reality, while archons refers to rulers or authorities. Thus, the title can be interpreted as the reality of the rulers, or the essence of the authorities. The text explores themes such as the arrogance of the imposter god, the connection between cosmic and human psyche, and the manipulation of Adam and Eve by the Archons. In this story, the Archons, initially referred to as Exousia, declare themselves as the only gods in the universe. However, they are refuted by a divine voice, indicating their blindness and ignorance. The Gnostics believed that human thoughts could also be blind and ignorant, and they associated this with an act of cosmic egotism. The treatise discusses how Sophia, referred to as Pistis Sophia, creates a heavenly world for the Archons, imitating the patterns of the divine pleroma. The Archons attempt to copy the human form and create a male counterpart, but they fail to animate their creation. However, through the intervention of the spirit of the Pleroma, Adam is infused with a part of itself, becoming a living soul. The text also delves into the forbidden fruit narrative, where the Archons forbid Adam and Eve from eating the fruit that would grant them heightened perception. However, the Gnostic interpretation presents a twist, suggesting that the Archons allow this prohibition so that Adam and Eve will disobey and gain spiritual superiority over them. The Archons attempt to block Adam's higher perception by diminishing his spiritual nature and restricting his awareness. Eve plays a significant role in this version, as she becomes the liberator of Adam rather than the tempter. The Archons, attracted to Eve, try to violate her, but she escapes by turning into a tree. They manage to defile an image of womanhood, and the text suggests a parallel between the defilement of woman and the suppression of entheogenic rights, both being part of the dominator agenda of patriarchy. The story highlights the importance of the instructor, or the spiritual woman, often symbolized by the serpent, who guides humanity towards higher knowledge. It is implied that the power of cognitive ecstasy, represented by the serpent, originally belonged to the Archons, but was transferred to humanity.
All right, I'm starting to get some Darkwater 9 vibes for real. This is some straight. All right, I'm starting to get some high-level demon vibes. This is what's going on. This is the opposite direction of where we're trying to go. I'm starting to get some high-level demon vibes, maybe some fallen angel vibes. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Nag Hammadi Library. Alright, what is it? Alright. This is fabricated or not. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, how hard would it be to fabricate this? It doesn't look that old, to be honest with you. It doesn't look like they were trying to piece this together. It looks fabricated. If I were to say, is this real or not? My first thing I'm leaning on is this being fabricated. But let's see what else they're saying. Gospel of Thomas. Alright, this is the discovery. Scholars first became aware of the Nag Hammadi Library in 1946, making careful inquiries from 1947 to 1950. This is recent. Discovered that a local farmer was a teenager at the time dug up the text from a graveyard in the desert. Local near tombs. 1970s, James Robinson. Who's Gene Doris? So there's nothing about Gene Doris. The actual person who found these texts, there's literally nothing. They literally can't tell me nothing about the person that found these texts. That's interesting. Or it says scholars. What scholars? Do we have a name of a scholar? Any scholar? James Robinson. So what are these texts? The Menitent. Alright, how do I even say this? The Mentionite Scripture? What in the world? Alright, this sounds interesting. Includes 9 books by the 7, typically written by Iranian prophet Mani. Persian. Guys, feel free to pause and read anywhere you guys need to. Prophet Mani. Book of Mysteries. Why is the Book of Giants in here? And what is the Book of Mysteries? This is the kicker here. You know, no preserved fragments of the scripture have been found. That's the point I've been trying to get to. There's no cross reference or no validity to these, what people are saying. The Book of Mysteries. Let's see about the Book of Giants. Alright guys, I dove into it a little bit on Wiki. There's not really any hard evidence to really cross-reference this or to even try to find any type of relics, you know, for this page out the library to be taken seriously. But it is interesting, but at the same time, it's just, I don't get a good feeling from it. We're going to keep diving on these waters, see what we can find, and try to bring some light to this. Well, he said that because a lot of people was worshiping anything. They were worshiping golden calves, you name it. And imagine having a child and they love another parent, you know, so it's like, you know, I'd be jealous too. That's just my initial reaction to it. But this is interesting. We're going to dive into this and see what they're trying to say. Yaldabaoth and the Demi-Ors. That sounds like something off Stranger Things, doesn't it? Y'all got me sword and shield this entire video. That's okay. That's alright though, because I do this. This is light work, to be honest. And if they're trying to say this is Yahweh, this is definitely an incorrect interpretation, because this isn't anything what Enoch said he's seen. He said he's seen a throne with a robe as white as snow and fire surrounding him. So, and he couldn't even look up to see the face. But this is interesting. We'll see what they're trying to talk about. All right.
Talk about who Satan is in the Bible, also referred to as the god of this world, whose name is Yaldabaoth, who is the Gnostic demiurge. There's Gnostic creators here that will try to convince you that this is the god of the Bible. I like to refer to one as a pseudo-Gnostic. Yaldabaoth is a lion-headed serpent. First century Christians referred to Eve as Sophia. This is Coptic for the word wisdom, which in Hebrew the used here is Chokmah. Yaldabaoth is the son of chaos and was formed by Sophia. Yaldabaoth is also the embodiment of ignorance and arrogance, and through his ignorance and arrogance created 6 Archons, making him the 7th. Yaldabaoth is the equivalent to the serpent that is in the garden. The 7 forms of Yaldabaoth forms the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and each serpent representing one of the 7 deadly sins. And this is a depiction of that tree. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is good inclination or evil inclination. Therefore, it's free will. This is symbolic of serving thyself. These are the forces that are in control of temptation. This representing your physical form, your mental form, your emotional form, your soul form, your holy form, your desire form, and your spirit form. The word serpent is synonymous with dragon, alluding to the 7-headed dragon in Revelation. In Genesis, it talks about how the serpent was cursed to crawl on its belly to eat the dust for all eternity. A serpent can only sliver on its belly. Therefore, if it's crawling, that implies legs. Therefore, the 4 legs and the tail and the head representing 6, and then the beast in its entirety being the 7th. The demiurge is the serpent that whispered in Eve's ear, because due to ignorance and arrogance, Yaldabaoth was not aware of the Creator, because at this point, the light and the darkness had already been separated from the Godhead, which is the God the Father, God the Mother, God the Son, or God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Yaldabaoth runs around like a roaring lion, seeking those to devour, or calls them to fall into their 7 lower forms, which explains the fall out of the Garden of Eden. He assembled the primordial matter into spheres and threw them with violence into motion. Through ignorance and arrogance, he declared his name was Yahweh. He falsely declared, I am the creator of all. I am the Alpha and Omega. I am God. But Sophia, which is divine wisdom, replied, you are a little g God because you are my son, and all your works are but moldings of the clay of my womb, and a carpet for the glory of my true creation, humankind. From Cain to Lamech there was 6 names, which parallels with the 6 forms, and then each of us in the physical form. The world of formation is Yetzirah. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within you. Malchut means kingdom. Jesus never said Yahweh, but he did speak about divine wisdom.
You know, I'm not getting a real positive vibe from this, from the music and the tone and all these, you know, creepy pictures, but there is something interesting about this. He said he assembled primordial matter into spheres and threw them with violence into motion. That's kind of out cold. I'm thinking of like some type of energy beams being thrown, you know. I don't know, man. I need your guys' thoughts below on this one. This is all new to me. I see these waters get deeper and deeper. They get darker and darker. How can one obtain salvation from this knowledge? I do not know. But we're going to dive in nevertheless, because we need to go through everything layer by layer, precept upon precept, and we need to lay everything out on the table.
Is everything you didn't know you wanted to know about the particular cultural deity named Yahweh, specifically within the Old Testament. Quick disclaimer, this is in all love and light. I'm purely looking at the mythological side of this god and not talking about the religious context of this god whatsoever. Now, the very weird mythological thing about this god, Yahweh, is that he pops up in the Old Testament. We don't really know when or where he pops up. Now, there are some artifacts that have been found from antiquity that show him as essentially a lord of the air sitting on a winged chariot, as so many storm gods did. However, in other archetypes of this god, he takes on more of the role of what Gnosticism refers to as Yaldabaoth, which is essentially a serpent god or a beast god. In fact, he's called the lion-headed serpent, and the description in Revelation of the beast is literally basically Yaldabaoth, basically the exact same description of what the Old Testament describes Yahweh as looking like. And
that's incorrect, because if we looked at what Enoch said when he described what he saw, He said he was literally sitting on a throne with a white robe, and around him was surrounded by fire. The only thing that might have some correlation is being surrounded by fire. And he couldn't even look up at him. You know, he could only see his feet in his robe. He wouldn't have said, he said human feet, I believe. We're going to have to go to it after this. Matter of fact, let's go to it now. Couldn't find the Enoch verse, but I did stumble across something extremely interesting. Revelation, and in the midst, 1:13, in the midst of the lampstands was one like a son of man. He was dressed in a robe extended down to his feet, and he wore a white golden belt around his chest. His head and hair were white as wool, even as white as snow, and his eyes were like a fiery flame. A fiery flame. His feet were like polished bronze refined in a furnace, and his voice was like the roar of many waters. He held 7 stars in his right hand, and a sharp double-edged sword extended out of his mouth. His face shone like the sun shining at full strength. All right, man. If I'm going to be honest, you guys might have a little bit of dragon context with the sharp-edged, double-edged sword. Well, not really. Because it would be like a V sword. Double-edged is like, you know, you got an edge that way and an edge that way. So you can't say that's a tongue, like I was about to say. But no, it's not a tongue, because a double-edged sword is like that. But why would that extend out his mouth? You know, I don't know. You guys would have to tell me. But anyway, what I was trying to get to was he held 7 stars in his right hand. I've heard some people speculate that those are 7 churches. They represented 7 churches. But if we look at this from a strictly physical, if we take this literal, he held 7 stars in his right hands. That kind of goes ties in together when he was throwing, you know, creating the earth with the molecules, what they said on this. This kind of reminds me of it. He assembled the primordial matter into spheres, and through them was violence into motion. You know, someone with the fiery eyes, they're not playing, you know. And in Revelation, they were talking about the Son. They weren't talking about the Father, you know. So even though he was always there in the beginning, I believe in Revelation they were talking about the Son, the Messiah, when they were his feet burnt like bronze, and him holding 7 stars assembled into primordial matter. What is primordial? Am I saying that right? Spheres, and through them. This video's too much.
Know about the particular cultural deity named Yahweh, specifically within the Old Testament. Quick disclaimer, this is in all love and light. I'm purely looking at the mythological side of this god and not talking about the religious context of this god whatsoever. Now, the very weird mythological thing about this god, Yahweh, is that he pops up in the Old Testament. We don't really know when or where he pops up. Now, there are some artifacts that have been found from antiquity that show him as essentially a lord of the air sitting on a winged chariot, as so many storm gods did. However, in other archetypes of this god, he takes on more of the role of what Gnosticism refers to as Yaldabaoth, which is essentially a serpent god or a beast god. In fact, he's called the lion-headed serpent, and the description in Revelation of the beast is literally basically Yaldabaoth, basically the exact same description of what the Old Testament describes Yahweh as looking like. And yes, Yahweh has very physical characteristics according to the biblical mythos. He was said to be able to walk around, to meet face to face with the ancient prophets, etc. My theory, because he says, I am that I am, or I will become that which I become, is that he literally takes on the archetype of the individual who is serving him or connecting with him, basically becoming whatever that individual needs him. If it was an ancient prophet, whatever they needed to get their job done, he would become that. If it was him coming against other gods, he would even adopt the archetypes of those gods in order to defeat them or show his prowess over them. It's a very interesting thing, especially if you're to look at this in a mythological point of view, extrapolate it out into the style of a game or a movie and look at the archetypes, and it's a very interesting strategy that this particular god has.
All video games, all Marvel, everything, comic book, movies, Marvel, X-Men, they all base that off of this. All of them.
Say that Yahweh is good or evil is really neither here nor there, because ultimately, even in Gnosticism, one of the highest achievements is to walk over into the corner of the room and kiss Yaldabaoth on the forehead, showing honor and respect, while not actually being a servant of Yaldabaoth. You show respect and you become a game master alongside him. Again, Yaldabaoth is the archetypical demiurge within Gnosticism, and a demiurge literally just means creator. I think it's easy to think about lion-headed serpent and like an evil type thing, when really are all things not necessary when we start looking at biblical mythos and extra-biblical mythos. At the end of the day, it's all story devices, in my humble opinion. But hey, what do you think? Leave me a comment. My name's Cub. I explore the supernatural mythos every day.
He said, lean over and kiss him on the forehead. Oh my goodness. They're trying to be in the bosom of the Father, man.
Achievements is to walk over into the corner of the room and kiss Yaldabaoth on the forehead, showing honor and respect, while not actually being a servant of Yaldabaoth. You show respect and you become a game master alongside him. Again,
I get it now. It's how can you guys be aside him when nobody created this? Like, when he's the literal creator of all this is the part I feel like a lot of people are missing. Like, you're like, oh, I can achieve all these type of powers just so I can do this, you know, but instead of being grateful that all this got created in the first place.
Imagine a deity that defies conventional description, neither holy lion nor serpent, but a captivating fusion of the two. The lion's head, crowned with a majestic mane, exudes an aura of authority and regality, while its eyes harbor an inscrutable wisdom that beckons further exploration. The serpent's lithe and sinuous body, adorned with iridescent scales, moves with a grace that hints at hidden secrets, as if the very cosmos itself were contained within its coils. His name is Yaldabaoth, this embodiment of paradox, majestic yet intriguing, commanding yet mysterious, symbolizes the core of Gnostic philosophy. The lion-headed serpent represents the demiurge, a deity who, despite his apparent power, remains oblivious to the greater divine realities. It embodies the duality inherent in Gnostic cosmology, a world where the material is both captivating and deceptive. In Gnostic cosmogony, there exists a divine, transcendent realm known as the Pleroma, which is beyond human comprehension. Within the Pleroma, there are multiple divine emanations called eons, each representing different aspects of the divine nature. Sophia, one of these eons and personification of wisdom, plays a significant role in the emergence of Yaldabaoth. Sophia, despite her exalted status, experiences a moment of confusion and ignorance. She becomes separated from the divine order of the Pleroma and desires to know more about the divine mysteries. In her spiritual turmoil, she unintentionally gives birth to Yaldabaoth, a being she conceives without the consent or knowledge of the other eons. Yaldabaoth, born from Sophia's divine but uncontrolled impulse, is inherently flawed. He possesses a distorted understanding of his own origins and the divine realm. In his ignorance, Yaldabaoth falsely believes himself to be the supreme deity and proclaims his sovereignty. Blinded by arrogance and unaware of the higher divine realms, Yaldabaoth sets out to create his own realm, which becomes the material universe. In his limited wisdom, he fashions this world in his own image, imbuing it with imperfections, suffering, and ignorance. Yaldabaoth is often described as an imperfect craftsman, creating a suboptimal and chaotic cosmos. Gnostics believe that humans, who contain a divine spark, or a portion of the divine light within them, are the result of Yaldabaoth's misguided creation. Yet this divine spark is trapped within physical bodies, subject to the limitations and suffering of the material world. The Gnostic worldview centers around the idea that humans can awaken their divine spark through gnosis, a form of spiritual knowledge and insight. By acquiring this knowledge, individuals can become aware of their divine origin and the flawed nature of the material world created by Yaldabaoth. The ultimate goal of Gnostic spirituality is to liberate the divine spark from the influence of Yaldabaoth and the material world. Through this process of awakening, individuals seek to return to the Pleroma, their true spiritual home, and escape the limitations and suffering imposed by the Demiurge's creation.
I believe the word is heresy, is what that was, you witnessed. It's just tough, man. It's just, there's no love in that, man. Gnosticism, whatever you guys want to call it, that ain't the move. But yeah, this is all new to me. Definitely keep your head on a swivel has a serious meaning. If you ever had to swivel, this is the video you definitely have to keep your head on a swivel. The Gnostics text doesn't really line up with what the prophets and everyone was saying. All the prophets were their own individual people with free will. All the prophets were their own individual people with their own free will. Every human being has free will. It's even when the chosen prophets, when they were chosen to be brought up into heaven, Yahweh even asked them, he said, is there anyone here that can speak for me? You know, he always gives you a choice, you know? It's so to say that he acted in the prophet's stead is outlandish in my views. A lot of this video is outlandish, but it is definitely interesting. It's more interesting than the Big Bang, you know, saying we just appeared out of nothing. Hearing this cosmic battle and this giant snake with the lion head pops up and creates the universe from throwing Kamehameha balls sounds a lot more interesting than the Big Bang. But it's not. Could there be some truth in it? I don't know. But it's up to us to gather the gems and to have the discernment to see through the lies. This, like I said, this is my first time even seeing it. This is, so, you know, it's not going to be the last. We're going to have to go even deeper into it. So, you know, and the fact that people say that, oh, we're walking around bad all day and, you know, you hear these bad thoughts, you know, you just got to clean your cup out, man. Let me show you what I mean by cleaning your cup out. You know, for everyone thinking, oh, we hear these these dark voices and all these evil things all the time. You know, you just got to clean your cup out. What do I mean by that? Let me show you. The purifier, the perfect prototype, can do this. The Messiah. You know, once your cup is clean, you might hear, you know, the urges, but they're not as bad. You know, you can completely eliminate it if you don't even put yourself in those positions, you know.
So sick to death of people acting like there are like hidden books of the Bible or things that Christians don't want you to know. And whenever they talk about it, they always bring up some book that's all over the internet and has been in every library in the world for the last 1,000 years. The Gospel of Thomas is not some secret book that contains hidden knowledge that the church doesn't want you to know. You just don't read. And that's the thing, whenever people talk about it, they always just mention some Gnostic text like the Gospel of Thomas or the Apocalypse of Peter. Gnosticism has not been hidden from you. It's just dead. And then they want to act like it's such a conspiracy that it wasn't included in the Bible, which is weird because these are the same people who will point out all the so-called contradictions in the Bible and then say, well, why isn't this book that contradicts everything in the Bible not included in the Bible? This irritates me because I see these videos and they have like 200,000 likes and people are in the comments saying, yeah, see, this is why you have to open your mind. Oh yeah, you're so enlightened because you don't blindly believe everything you hear in church. You just blindly believe everything you hear on the internet. That's so much better.
We should all know by now I love a good controversial video that gets people to think outside the box. And that's exactly what this video is going to be. So if you can't put your cognitive dissonance to the side, this video isn't for you. We're going to cover the Gnostic teachings that take everything you know about Christianity and flip it on its head. Imagine the God of the Hebrew Bible that created this world along with Adam and Eve is not the real God. The greatest trick the devil has ever played is having the world believe that he is God. And that's exactly what the Gnostics believe. They believe the God of the Old Testament who created the world in Genesis along with Adam and Eve is not the real God. He's a lesser evil God known as Yada-Ba'oth. Yada-Ba'oth's goal is to have humans worship him in his material world and not discover their true identity. When humans are too consumed by this material world, they don't find that divine spark that lies within them. They end up coming back to this world. This is known as an Archon soul trap. And this is actually very similar to the Tibetan Book of the Dead teachings about samsara. The Adam and Eve story also differs in Gnosticism because it is the serpent who is trying to help Adam and Eve escape. Now you'll see a lot of older Christian artwork where Adam and Eve are consuming mushrooms. The psilocybin in mushrooms is known to help access divine thoughts from higher realms. And because Adam and Eve tried to obtain this knowledge, they were cast out the Garden of Eden. If you look at it from the Gnostic point of view, the God from the Old T does kind of seem like he's gatekeeping. And he's very jealous and vengeful. The Great Flood wasn't to punish man for evil, but instead it was a punishment for mankind becoming closer to finding the light in their true self, which is Christ consciousness. Christ was a divine being who was sent from the spiritual realm in the real God to liberate humanity from this illusionary world. Christ's teachings were meant to lead individuals to self-knowledge and spiritual transformation, rather than adherence to religious rules and dogma.
Why were the political concepts of the left and the right copied from Gnosticism? You didn't realize that this false dialectic is 2,000 years old? I'll show you. Let's take a look at the Nag Hammadi Library.
For those who haven't heard of them, the Nag Hammadi Library is a selection of surviving Gnostic books from about 2,000 years ago, and in this instance I'll be reading the book called the Tripartite Tractate. According to this book, the Gnostics believed that there were three types of people, and they were divided by their spiritual ability. So let's read about the first two. For each of the two orders he named by a name. Those who belong to the remembrance and to the likeness are called the right, the psychic, the fires, and the middles. But those who belong to the presumptuous thought and to the imitation are called the left, Hylic, darknesses, and the last.
I believe these same tropes are being reused by the occultists who run your society.
There is no reason why the terminology that's been given to you all to differentiate yourselves politically should match up with this terminology from 2,000 years ago, but there it is. I think someone's having a bit of a laugh at your expense in defining who they're using as their useful idiots, and they also have society under a spell that it doesn't recognize or understand.
In Gnosticism, what you had were three types of people. Hylics, that were basically human robots and were referred to as the left,
As we've seen in the last few years, these are the masses of humanity that could very easily become an Agent Smith. They exist everywhere, and they only exist to uphold this system.
Psychics, who were referred to as the right. These people had a bit of divine spark and could be woken up.
But sadly, they can also be very easily diverted until they forget themselves, forget their path, and become just another Hylic.
And finally, pneumatics. Those who would achieve gnosis, a first-hand rapport with the divine within this lifetime, or who had chosen to come back, to reincarnate, to help raise others up and teach them, like the Eastern concept of the Bodhisattva. The differentiation between the Hylics and the psychics, the left and the right, was in whether or not they could wake up enough to realize that they were trapped in this matter prison and try to escape. The Hylics had no chance of it whatsoever. They were purely materialistic, animalistic people, just as they are these days.
Over the last year, so many of you have shared your stories with me and have pleaded with me about why some people around you just don't seem to be able to wake up. The point of this video is to let you know that you're not crazy. You are surrounded by people who look, walk, talk, and act like you do, but who cannot wake up. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in them for thousands of years. This video also comes as a warning. Things are about to get very uncomfortable in the world, and the Hylics will be used as mouthpieces to keep you distracted. Hylics have no internal dialogue because they have no connection to source. Their tool to validate themselves is endless debate. How many of you have tried to talk about very important issues and facts with people around you lately, only to be deliberately misunderstood, misrepresented, misheard, and dismissed? That is the warfare tactic of the Hylic. They cannot defeat your truth. They can only wear you down.
In coming weeks and months, it's going to be very important for you to listen to your inner voice, your inner gnosis of what is true,
and not be taken.
What if I told you there was an ancient occult religion that believed we are living in a simulation? Now you may be saying, Lars, you've lost the plot. Maybe, but just humor me. The religion is Gnosticism, which was an early form of Christianity. And in Gnosticism, they believed in the concept of a high god, but they also believed in the concept of lower gods. And one of those gods was the demiurge. The demiurge created the material realm. The material realm in Gnosticism is a lot like the shadows in Plato's allegory of the cave. We perceive the shadows, but there is a higher realm that is casting those shadows. A higher realm that is the base reality. An interesting parallel between the demiurge and AI is that the demiurge was a lower god that was created by Sophia, Sophia being the goddess of knowledge. So the entity that created the material world was created from a source of knowledge or information. An interesting thing about Gnosticism is that they believed in the concept of reincarnation as a curse, as a way of trapping the human spirit in the material realm for infinity. And that is what the demiurge does. Kind of like respawning in a video game that never ends. Gnosticists believe in the power of gnosis, which is accessing higher knowledge to understand the reality of higher realms, the base reality. Yeah.
That God is actually the devil. That it.
You ready to be triggered as fuck here and go down this dark rabbit hole with me? I'm talking about the Gnostic teachings of Christianity. Right off the bat, I want to say, like, this is really hard information to find. I mean, so much of the teachings has been destroyed. And here's the thing. Whenever someone is destroying certain teachings or censoring certain things, there's a reason behind it. It's never like, oh yeah, we don't want people to be misinformed with the wrong thing. No, you don't want people to be informed by the truth. I'm going to give you a really simple, quick breakdown. In these teachings, the God of the Old Testament is actually not a good guy. He's a jealous God. There is multiple deity gods that this God came from, and then there is the all, the one, the true, who resides in a dimension, who is all, that we can't even comprehend it. But this God of the Old Testament, he was actually, you could say, a devil in disguise. Wouldn't that be the devil's plan all along? So Adam and Eve wanted to become more enlightened, this God did not want them. Now here's what I'm gonna have my hot take on this right here. Please listen to this part. I feel that the God of this realm, of the Matrix, controlling those in charge, wants us to stay in a place where none of us understand who we truly are and the essence of light, the true power that we have. Because if we do not know this, we will continue the karmic cycle of being here over and over and over again and having this God, this entity, use our soul energy. For anyone who knows this stuff, like, I want you to know my hot take on that, because that's truly, I'm like, that just hit me. I'm like, okay, that might be what the Matrix truly is. Kind of crazy too, because basically this God is a flawed God. In the Old Testament, he says, I'm a jealous God, have no other gods before me. And if you look deeper into this, you will understand much more of it. It's a dark rabbit hole. But it would make sense why we are so flawed, why this world we live in is so flawed. What do y'all think? Let me know in the comment section. You ready to be?
Again, I think the reason he said do not worship any other gods is because when did he even say that? Was that New Testament or Old Testament, for one? Do not worship any gods chapter. That was in Exodus. That was Old Testament. Because they were worshiping, golden calves, anything, and if you're communicating with prophets, trying to line everybody up, get them straight, and they're off doing these things, yes, I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's a way of trying to express your love for them as a father's love to his child. That's why he says that. I do believe he wanted to keep certain knowledge from us. We see that when the angels were teaching humans to do all different types of stuff that they weren't supposed to learn, like makeup, how they showed them how to make weapons. It says military insider. They panicked when they saw the future.
One of the caveats that I do have some personal information that I did get personally involved in was some information that had to do with the Stargates and Looking Glass, and more specifically the 2012 problem with those projects. The popular opinion of what's out there right now is that the project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. I've heard it described a number of ways, but to my knowledge, the problem is that the timelines converge on that point in time. And when you know enough about the Stargate projects and the Looking Glass project to know how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works and how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, in an easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make. And that's important to the people that had access to Looking Glass because they would use Looking Glass knowing the choices that they would make and the future would pop up. The big mistake was coming up with the possibility of future. And when we started using a computer to say, well, if we make this choice, it's 79% possible that this scenario happens, and 23% are possible, or whatever, I'm using round numbers, that this scenario would happen. The understanding at the time was that was realistic. However, if you go down the road further and free will continues to exercise itself on this game, that 79% possibility sometimes changes very, very fast. But if you look at the situation in a point of time, it seems very realistic that that's the greatest possibility. What happened was people, very smart people, began to figure out that something big was coming up. Something that made it so all the possibilities of all the future scenarios of any choice, any possibility that was fed in and observed through the looking glass inherently ended up in the same future. And no decision, no possibility changed past a certain point. That's the big secret. All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future. That is what sends everybody that has all of the information, that knows everything, into a blind panic. The people that know everything about Looking Glass, that have gotten all the reports and all the information, the elites of the world, probably figured out that that was the end of the game. And nothing could be manipulated beyond that point. When I was in the military, it would have been before 97 when I got in trouble. One of my particular areas that I was amazingly intuitive about is problem solving / mission planning, or more specifically, taking a bad mission and fixing it. Certainly knowing how string theory and possible futures works makes it so you can work your mind very quickly to see the reality of what's happening and decide what decisions need to be made to change it for a particular outcome. At a certain point, after they're done hearing the computer tell them, this is what's going to happen over and over and over and over again, all they become focused on is, how do we fix it? What I do know is that I was called in and asked to solve this problem, this timeline contraction problem. And I eventually did my due diligence and did all the investigating, and basically only had one piece of information, and that was reinforcement. The computer's right. The timelines will contract down to some inevitable thing. There is an inevitable event. It's been forecast, it's been predicted, it's been fed to us in a slop trough of what they want us to believe will happen. They don't actually have control over what happens. They only have control over the reaction, and it seems that no matter what they try to do to cause their desired reaction, it's going to have an opposite effect. Much, much easier for me to explain today what that process is as opposed to back then. If I had to give it a name, I would say it's the awakening process. It's an evolution of consciousness that cannot, will not, and no matter what decisions or possibilities are injected into the equation, eventually it all resolves down to us all learning the truth and becoming aware of this massive dam of lies that has been built that keep us from knowing massive volume of information that we should otherwise possess. Essentially what happened with Looking Glass, not only did they not want people to use it anymore because they knew it was just going to burp out the same thing, but at the same time they didn't want anybody else to know what it was saying, I'm sure. Because that information was a monumental concern when I was in the military about how to prevent this inevitability. Now, at first I thought it was end of the world. Now I see end of the world as end of their world. The biggest cherry on top of all this conversation would be a synopsis to say that if I could convince everybody out there that for all intents and purposes, what we believe to be true eventually becomes true. If somebody convinces us that a major disaster is going to happen in the very near future, a major disaster happens in the very near future. If we don't buy into that fear and accept that there is really nothing that we know is going to happen, and accept of whatever happens, that makes the convergence of the timelines happen as naturally as possible. Any attempts to try to go away from this one inevitable conclusion, I again see as a new beginning, an end of this reality, the beginning of something that we can't even possibly understand based on the level of our beliefs currently. But when all that information comes flooding out, there's going to be no denying what's true and what's a lie or what's illusion. Basically, what we're experiencing right now is two master chess players sitting at the board. And one of them looks down at the board and sees that he's in checkmate in 7 moves. And he looks across at his opponent, and he knows that his opponent sees it too. So there's no getting out of it. So at this point, the loser can only prolong the game. Both players know the game is over. It's only a matter of time before he does this, and then you're forced to do this, and then he's forced to do this, and eventually checkmate. We, as a race, if we could understand that the game is over, that based on the rules of the game, the bad guys have already lost, the good guys have already won. Yes, there's moves left on the table, but those moves are being forced by the player that is going to win. The only way that...
Yeah, guys, that's all it was. So what are they looking at? Project Looking Glass? Is this some type of crystal ball? I don't know. And he said in 6 moves, 7 moves, 2 master chess players playing. It kind of reminded me how the good book speak about being in the 5th seal, the 6th seal, the 7th seal. You know, once these different veils get unlocked, it's going to open up a whole new paradigm, and everyone's going to know everything. So that was interesting. Keep up the good fight and live a just life, man. But that's all I got for today's episode. If you made it this far, put good news in the comments so I know you made it all the way. The code word for today's video is good news. I have good news for you. You know, it's not over. Good news is the code word. I thank you guys for watching this video. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be diving in more. I want to get into the trees, back into the ancient trees. I want to dive deeper into that. I want to dive back into Tartaria coming soon, more towards the end of the weekend. I'll say about Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm gonna be diving in full Tartaria overload. Getting back into the Mercury rectifiers. You know, we got to go back. It's been a while. And I got a damn near a lot more subscribers. I don't know if you guys seen my older videos, but we're going to dive back into it. But I appreciate you guys. I love you. God bless. I'm going to see you the same place, same time tomorrow. I'm releasing my videos a lot later because I know people from all different time zones get home at a certain different time. So 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock will probably be the new time I'm posting, so be on the lookout. Expect a banger from JetskiChucK around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Peace out.